I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while sizzling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Home. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos. Okay.
Yo, what's good, party people? What's good? What's good? What's good? What is good? What's up, y'all? Welcome to the Knicks podcast. I'm your man, Uncle Crazy. What's happening? Yo, look who's in the building. What's good, boss?
Hey, it's good. Happy to be back. Happy to be back. Hold on,
Yeah, man.
What is going on my camera?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So a bunch of stuff to talk about, man. The as the Knicks rumor mill turns, basically is as the Knicks rumor mill turns. I got some stuff going on here real quick. I'm gonna try to get out of this real quick. I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, so you know how that go. Y'all know how that go. Eric G is in the building. What's good? Yo, Elvis, what's good? Chris Chang, what's good? My brother from another mother. CT, what's good? The streets are buzzing. What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? It's good. Stephen Okongwu, what's good?
On the west side.
What's good? So I see guys got stuff going on. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna let you figure it out. You know, I'll bring you back on. Yeah, man. So I'm minding my business. Wait a minute. Where's my camera at? There's my camera. So I'm looking at the chat at the same time. Yo, okay. Okay, pardon. Let me bring my guy back in. Hey, you good, boss? You good?
I'm hearing like a little bit of feedback. That's why I was trying to like reconnect everything.
Okay. You need a second?
No, I'm actually back. Going back to what you was talking about, rumor mills. I just heard Josh Hart talking in a podcast, and it's interesting this off-season, Uncle Freeze, because we start seeing players, instead of the Knicks camp saying something, you start seeing players talking about the Knicks, walking around the Knicks conversation. Like, people want to join this team.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, and if you go back and you look at what's happening in New Orleans, each of those package trades from the Lakers, all of those guys won out. And there's so much people we could get from the Pelicans. You know, you have the Lonzos of this world. You have Josh Hart. They have a lot of young people that could probably fit in our circle. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of rumors and stuff, man. A lot of rumors, a lot of things going around. A lot of guys feel like they can fit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys just want an opportunity to go somewhere and start. A lot of guys feel like they are worthy of starting in the NBA and feel like they can come to New York and do so. Right?
Yeah. We also hear a lot about tips.
Yeah. And it's a lot of guys that feel like they may be starters or play major roles on other teams that feel like they can come here and be a star. Right? Cuts, kicks, and Knicks was good. What's good?
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of people feel like they could come here and contribute in a major way.
Yeah, I think we are in a good position, and granted, I want to apologize to the Moss, and I want to apologize to the Knicks and Knights family because I've been missing in action, but I didn't feel good to come here, so I feel like if you don't have nothing good to say, don't say it. So, but this is the best off season I experienced in the last 10 years being a Knicks fan, because we have great structure at the top. We have good management. We have two awards. You know, those awards don't mean a lot to say, well, last year we had the coach of the year. Like players are starting to say, man, Tibbs this, Tibbs that. So the conversation of Tibbs is coming into the limelight. I don't know if you guys do you see Uncle Freeze that they were talking a lot about John Wall? And, you know, John Wall has that connection with, did he go to Kentucky? I believe he did, right?
Yeah, he went to Kentucky. Yeah.
Yeah. John Wall is just coming out a lot because John Wall used to see Quickly as his prodigy. I believe Quickly and him have a great relationship. Right. So that's a connection you could bring out of it.
Yeah.
Also, shout outs to Randall. Randall's wife is currently expecting a baby, so shout outs to the Randall family for that.
Right.
Much love.
Right. No doubt. A lot of stuff going on, bro. A lot of stuff going on. The rumor mill has us attached to a lot of different people. Your Josh Hart, Kyle Lowry interview I saw. They like Tibbs. They say they like Tibbs, but whatever. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, most of it is Knicks for clicks, you know. So that's another thing you got to take away with it.
All right. So before I get into my Knicks rumor mill, I want to get this out of the way before we get started. So what have you actively been doing lately? Have you been doing any stand-up lately?
Yes, I did. Actually, they opening a new laughing. What's the name of that place? They're opening a new franchise of comedy clubs here in San Diego. So I was part of that. If you're in San Diego and you ever go to the Matt House, I'm actually performing at the Matt House on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I'm actually doing open mics every day at 5:30. So if you're in San Diego, you can pull up and enjoy your boy. Mostly been doing that. I've been doing a lot of networking when it comes to, because I also run my podcast. So I'm Nick Gass, but I'm also the avid comedian, and my YouTube account was copyright for a minute. So now I'm starting to do new content. As you see, I remodeled the studio so we could get a different vibe, you know, since we don't have the Knicks right now. But just trying to do that. I got a projector here too. So
yeah, we see that.
Just trying to set up mostly.
Yeah. Yo, Robert Paul says the rumor mill is 90% trash. Yes. Jermaine Royster, what's good? Hey, Nick Gass, listen. If we fly out to San Diego and we come see you and you whack, You know we're gonna tell you whack.
Oh no, definitely. Like I'm not gonna be like
dude, because
and I'll get better, and I'll get better, and I'll get better. Trust me.
A round trip ticket from Atlanta, Georgia to San Diego, California is not cheap.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm planning to go to summer league due to the fact that I'm very close to Las Vegas, and I'm already like starting to like book hotel rooms and things like that for. So I'm really taking that very serious. Now I'll give you the chance if you go to summer league. I'm definitely performing. I want to perform in Las Vegas just to get a sense of it, and I also want to see Usher. You want to go see Usher? I want to go see Usher.
No.
Come on.
I don't want to go see Usher. What I will do though is go see the Knicks, and I will go see you if you performing live.
I'll do that. I'll perform
but I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to see Usher. That's out. I'm just saying.
Why not, man? I like Usher.
Yeah. No. Nah, man. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out in the open, man. See if you perform it somewhere, and to let people know that you actually do this for a living, and this is not just cap. That you actually
yeah. Like my thing is like I was looking for my audience. So growing up in New York, it's rough to be a comedian in New York because New York is the Mecca. Like New York is supposed to be the last place you perform, you know? So when you're from New York, it's hard to do it because you're looking at a city like in a biased way. Compared to here, I could talk. Most of my comedy is coming from an immigrant's sense of point. So like I have Black people and I have Latinos here. So I feel like I feel comfortable here in San Diego, you know?
Right. All right.
Type of jokes with the audience.
All right. Word. I feel you. So we'll get back to this Knicks rumor mill stuff, and then we could talk the Knicks gas stuff. Just want to keep it separate though.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So, but yeah, man, just wanted to talk to you about the performance. You got some stuff on what's the name of your YouTube channel so people can go check out your stuff.
So I go as the Avo comedian. It's basically the word advocate and the word comedian because my background, I've been a comedian. I've been a public activist on the New York City and mostly the tri-state area. I've been in Washington, advocated for the end of the war on drugs. I've been in New York. I was one of the front leaders of the Stop and Frisk. So we got rid of Stop and Frisk. I also worked I've been a canvasser in political campaigns. So I worked for Letitia James when she was she's currently the Attorney General of New York, but back then she was that word's coming out of my head. She was I forgot her position when we ran. So, but I used to work for elections board in the Workers' Family Party in Brooklyn. So I have my background. In my 20s, I spend my time putting myself in the front lines. I learned myself that media could be good for good things and for bad things, but also media could be very dangerous for yourself. So that's when I learned about comedy, because one time I just performed and I learned that I love public speaking. I love having a crowd, but politics was not my thing. So that's why it's called the Avo comedian. Just Google it and make sure you support if you want to. If you don't, I don't mind.
Right. Word. No doubt. We'll do that. We'll support in any way we can. Hey, cuts, kicks, and nicks. I see you. I see you. Let me check it out, man. Let me finish with this, and then I'll go over and we'll, we'll do our thing. We try to support everybody that support us. You know what I'm saying? It's all about uplifting everybody in this situation. Shout out to CP the artist. CP the artist. What are you doing up at 12:02 Eastern Standard Time? On a Sunday, usually you'll be in bed, getting tucked in and all that stuff. But whatever. So the rumor mill. Let's start with Kelly Oubre. How do y'all feel about adding Kelly Oubre to the Knicks? How do y'all feel about a Kelly Oubre situation? How do y'all feel about 3 left-handed dudes in the same starting lineup? Right. How do y'all feel about Kelly Oubre? Kelly Oubre will be a free agent, right? And we could sign now. He has interest from other teams, right? Yeah. So how do y'all feel? So Gaz, how do you feel about Kelly Oubre? What he brings to the table?
It's like when I think of Kelly Oubre, I mostly think about his fashion statement more than his playing ability. So that's why, like, I understand why a lot of Knicks fans are a little skeptic about it, because he's athletic, yeah, and he's young, so that I'll give him. But I don't see on a specific how do you call it, on a specific position that he excels in. Like what is he, a forward? What is, like, I don't know much about Kelly Oubre. Like, I know his girlfriend because of a highlight of LeBron dunking, and they show Kelly Oubre's girlfriend. That's about it. CP the artist, come in here, man. Don't be commenting and roasting me on the chat, and then you out here roasting me online, bro. Come in here, CP the artist. And why Uncle Freeze just left me like this?
I didn't leave you, boss. What are you talking about?
Oh, don't leave me talking about myself.
Bro,
oh, he's working on logos. He's working on logos.
You're a stand-up comedian, bro. You used to being on stage by yourself. What are you talking about?
I'm scared of this mods, man. The mods were blocking me every 3 seconds. I couldn't say anything. You know how many burners I have? I have like 8 burners. It was not enough for the mods here. The mods block all of my burners, so I don't know what to say. I'm a little like stage fright right now because the mods don't like me. Like,
you a little shook?
I'm shook. I am shook. I'm humble. That's what I am. I'm humble.
Okay. All right. So the thing I like about Kelly Oubre is this, right? I like Kelly Oubre for a bunch of different reasons. Most of the reasons are containing to his toughness, right? So I think the Knicks this year lack a certain level of toughness, right?
Yeah.
And I don't mean tough guy situations. I don't mean like somebody pushed you and you didn't push them back. I'm talking about like you missed 4 shots in a row and the crowd is booing. What do you do then? Kelly Oubre keeps shooting because he's tough, like RJ Barrett.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying?
So he knows how to block out the outside noise in a sense.
That mental toughness. Yeah, like the dude is cut from a different type of cloth.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying? Like the dude is not intimidated by situations. Like he's got what they call the dog in him. You know what I mean? Hey, the new Knicks is in the building. What's good?
Salute. Now, yeah, I could see that, but like also it could come out as like pretty boy type of like attitude. You know, well, that's what I get when I see him. Like sometimes, like confidence wise, it could be looked upon as if like you understand, like he's just a little bit of a diva, and that's what I get from him. Compared to like everybody in the Knicks don't seem to be like that. I know what you mentioned it about like RJ, but like Kelly Oubre is a pretty boy. That's what I'm trying to say. Like he's a pretty boy. Like, and we don't have a lot of pretty boys in our squad. We have a lot of tough guys, but not like fashionable wise guys or things like that. Like he could get caught up in the New York media. That's the thing too that I'm scared of.
Right. I think it's more so of doesn't get faded easily. Right. Like he'll excuse me. I think I'm talking about more of the Knicks go on a 3-game losing streak. He still believes that the team can go up against anybody and win. Type of deal. You know what I'm saying? Like the night. Say if James Harden has 2-3 games of 40 points or more, and then they play the Knicks. I don't think Kelly Oubre back down from that. You know what I'm saying? There's a toughness that doesn't come from always winning. You get there's a toughness that you develop from losing a lot. Like you know what I'm saying?
I understand what you say because what was it last year? Not this year, but like last season, the Warriors were pretty bad. I'm looking at highlights right now of him playing, and you could see that even when the Warriors were down by 30, he was still like the little engine, still trying to put some points.
Playing hard.
Even though it was down by 30, when you could have said, yo, like, just forget about it. This game is done.
Yeah, so, and go to the club and party up. You know what I'm saying?
True. No, he is hard working.
Yeah, no doubt. And
but how much money we talking about, Uncle Freeze? How much money? Because I'll be limited when it comes to him.
Nah, I think the money is all relative. It depends on how much you want him. Right? Because at some point you can't continue to start your Mohawkless, your Reggie Bullock, names like that, your Marcus Morris's. You can't continue to start. You got to get you a guy and ride with him. It's like me and Nick Gass, right? So the thing is so I commit to Nick Gass, right? Nick Gass sometimes getting his feelings. He be like, oh, they're not treating me right. And I'll be like, hey, man, I'm going to treat you the same way all the time. And then you be like, well, you don't, Uncle Freezy, you don't smile, you don't laugh at my jokes. And I'll be like, but I smile. You know what I'm saying? And then you be like, but Uncle Freezy, you don't treat me the right way. I'll be consistent, bro. I'll be rock solid consistent with Nick Gass.
That's why I love you. That's why I love you.
Even when Nick Gass don't come on the show, I still be texting Nick Gass. Even when he'll be on the joint. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
And so, but what you want me to do is be rock solid, bro. You need a cat in your corner that's gonna be rock solid. You don't need for me to be a cheerleader when the sun is out, and then when it's raining, I'm gone. Right?
Yeah.
You need cats that's gonna ride with you all the, you know what I'm saying? That's what the Knicks need. They need to settle this small forward position with a dude that's gonna give consistent effort all the time, rain, sleet, or snow. While he won't get you 40 points a game, he gonna give you a rock solid 15 and hard-nosed defense.
No, and he's very versatile. Noticing right now, like you will see him dunking or like getting layups. He's good at layups. Right. You will see him also playing around with a 3-point line. So he's all over, and even when he's getting a lob, he's creating that motion, So I'm seeing good things from the kid, I'm seeing. I don't know much because last year it was a different Warriors team, and that's probably why. Like sometimes there's players that you don't realize they play for a franchise until they're like in the playoff or they're playing like the Lakers or the Knicks. So that's what happens with players like that. That like we're so used to seeing the Warriors with Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and then what's his name on number 23, Draymond.
Draymond Green, yeah.
So that's probably why Kelly Oubre doesn't ring the bell as much. But what I'm seeing right now, like on screen, is like the kid is good. And then what is it? Like he's 22, 21?
No, he's like 25.
That's great age. That's like our average age in our team.
Right.
But then Kyle Lowry. You mentioned Kyle Lowry.
And so let me finish up on Oubre.
Oubre.
Right. So what Oubre does is he gives you positional flexibility on offense and defense.
Yes.
Right. So he gives you like on offense, he can start at the 2, 3, or 4. Right. And defensively, he can guard 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s. You prefer for him to guard 2s and 3s, preferably 3s. You know what I'm saying? But he can guard 2s, 3s, and 4s, some 1s, some big ones like Lonzo Ball, he can guard. Spencer Dinwiddie's, he can guard. So he can guard the big point guards also. And he can also guard, your power forwards like your Jay Crowders, you know what I'm saying, and cats like that. Now he won't be able to guard your Anthony Davis type because Anthony Davis is a 4 in a center's body, right? But Oubre gives you flexibility. Now that you get flexibility, Big Oso is in the building. What's good? So now that you get positional flexibility, you can do different things with RJ Barrett's. You can do different things with Julius Randle's. You can do different things with Obi Toppins and Emmanuel Quickly's. Now that you have another versatile player on your team, because certain players are not as versatile as you like.
Yeah, like
Quickly is not versatile because of his size. He can guard ones barely, some twos, right? But he can't guard threes. He definitely can't guard 4s and 5s. Offensively, you don't want him to be, you want Quickly to be more of a combo guard.
He's a work in progress. There's a lot of things that we got to put into Quickly for sure, because we saw it in the playoff. That's why it was great to have the playoff. Right. We saw what we could tweak on him, but yeah, he still needs some body mass. Also, he needs to get a little bit tougher.
Right.
He's still skinny and he still has that college body.
Right. Right. No doubt.
Look, like right now, I just saw a sequence of like Kelly Oubre getting a rebound, and then right away, okay, that's a free ball. He took it to the 3-point line and just took it. So that's a great ability to create his own shots. Right. Because like remember when the Kobe's mentality of like I'm not passing you the ball, you're just gonna have to get the rebound. So I like that. I've seen 2 plays that he does the same thing.
Right. Versatility. Like he can grab a rebound and handle the ball in the open court.
Yeah.
Right. The only thing is you'd like for him to shoot the 3-pointer better, but you can't. But if he could shoot the 3 better, then he'd probably be out of our price range. You know what I'm saying? Because if he's a perfect player, then everybody will be trying to get him, and then he'd be out of our price range. So
that's a fact. It's like the type of. I remember when the Lakers had the young kids, the Kelly, the Kuzmas, I don't believe they also have Josh Hart, but back then you couldn't tell me that D-Lo was going to give me 42 points in a game. We just saw them as young kids. So I think he's a good grab because we still don't know his overall potential. And then, hey, my man is in the house, Joe Button podcast. You worry him out.
I had to lighten the mood, man, because it felt like that scene in The Joker, when the Joker thought he was a comedian.
Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
What's good? What's going on?
Go ahead.
Kelly Oubre, in my opinion, I like him. But for the right price, but I think the thing is that we definitely have to focus on getting a point guard. And I'm kind of warming up to Lonzo, and I'm kind of warming up to the idea of Josh Hart. Josh Hart, can you hear me? Are you there?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah. Josh Hart, Kelly Oubre, kinda. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we could do to get the team chemistry right, I think that's something we have to focus on. But I like Oubre. And I looked at his stats. In February, he averaged 20 points per game, shot like over 45%. But I think the thing was that when Steph Curry came back, that was a little bit of a problem and an adjustment for Kelly Oubre.
Right.
And I think his numbers, the full statistic is better than what we think.
Okay. I can dig where you coming from. Yeah. Is this what you talking about? Hey, so Knicks man, is this what you talking about right here? You talking about this? or this?
What happened?
Knicks man asked me about the background, about the background and the camera setup.
This is my first time using it with the computer.
Congratulations.
I'm usually on my phone.
Hercules.
Yeah. Hey. So he was talking about that. Can y'all see that? See how the setup is? See how it's in 3 sections now?
It's hard because I got to move my chair away from. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
I got to move my chair a little bit to the centered. So anyway.
Yeah. And plus, I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, so.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You're fine.
It's just that using my phone is a little bit easier.
Your lighting is amazing right now.
Who's lighting?
Uncle Freeze, because remember how we said that Uncle Freeze looks different on dark shade compared to like he looks like it adds up 20 years when it's darker when it comes to Uncle Freeze, but then sometimes when he's in light, he's a light-skinned man. He looks good with light. You need him. So you look good right now.
Yeah, good lighting is important.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro.
Hey, who's this? Who's this guy with shades?
Yeah,
Papa Left? Is it Papa Left? What's that?
No, that ain't Papa.
No,
Left.
that's Rocket.
Mr. Rocket.
Papa Left.
That's Mr. Rocket. Stop acting like I don't know. Stop. What up, Uncle Freeze? What up? What up?
Yeah.
What up?
He reminds me of Dirty Sanchez.
What's good?
What up, CP the artist? What up? What up, homie?
What up, homie?
What up, Rocket?
What up,
Troublemaker.
Troublemaker.
Good.
Who called me that?
Yeah, boss. What's happening? CP
What's
dollars.
poppin'? CP said that.
I didn't say that.
CP said that.
I never met you a day in my life.
What's up, Rocket? I heard. What's the name of the guy? The Amazon guy's going on a rocket. Next 2 days. In 2 days, he's going to space.
Watch him end up dying. God forbid.
Why did he call me the troublemaker? Why did he say that though? I don't get it.
Nah, we good. So the thing with Kelly Oubre is Kelly Oubre is he provides a lot of positional flexibility and a lot of rotation and lineup flexibility, so that you can go with different sets of lineups. If you want to run, you can slide Oubre to the 4, RJ to the 3, quickly to the 2, and whoever your point guard is, and now you have guys that are big enough to rebound, good at their position, and will handle the ball in the open court and get easier looks. You know what I'm saying? So and
he's
so
like a wild card.
And if you want to go big, you can slide him to the 2. Yeah, you can slide him to the 2 and play him with bigger forwards, and he can still guard at his position.
I like how Mitchell Robinson bounced back after rehab too. He put on 30 pounds of muscle. He's sitting at 272 now, so he's gonna be good coming back this offseason too.
Did you see Mitch's little sneak diss of Quickly?
Quickly, yeah, I saw that.
That was hilarious.
I don't think
what he said.
I don't think he was dissing him. I think he was just
I know. He was
just getting at him for the Trae Young thing, the Williams and the Trae Young, and he said, he was just getting at him. He's just telling him finish at the basket, stop looking for the fouls, because the Knicks. What we did, I think we did this year is show teams that all that flopping and all that stuff and looking for the flops and stuff. We eliminated all that. We bring back that 90s basketball feel, and it's real now. Because what we did was we set the bar now. All that flip flopping and crying to the refs. The Knicks, we changed the whole narrative. But
can you agree that we should also become an evolution at the same time? Because it's like you don't just want to bring it back to the 90s. You also want to put in, new school type of plays.
Yeah. I know. That's good. But yeah, we doing a little bit of both. Like we got the new feel, but we got the old feel too. It's like a perfect balance in a way. I'm trying to say. not just saying it like that. I'm thinking
because I believe right now, like we're like in that Mike McGuire, Sammy Sosa moment in which like the 3-point line is like the home run, and people love seeing the home run. People love seeing the splash mountains and whatever. So you know,
but we did like in the beginning of the season, we were shaky at the 3-point. You see how we evolved throughout the season. I think we went through phases this season. I think we learned about ourselves this year. And next year, I think we're going to be a scary team going into like the second stages. I think we're going to make it out that second round. I think we got a good feel. I think the new players learned how to win. You know, I think when I think a lot of times throughout the years that we were so focused on, oh, what if we lose? What if we lose? What if we lose? I think this year we made the transition with the new front office and. With bringing Tibbs in and the new players, I think was like a breath of fresh air. And now we're like focused on kind of like winning, you know. I think we changed. Man. I think that's we bring that positive energy back to New York. And teams are, you see, Vegas was scared to bet on us because they didn't know what they're getting with the Knicks in and out. Teams were scared to play us, I think, all this year, and they would like. I think teams overlooked us like, oh, we're playing the Knicks, we're going to beat them. And it was never like that on a night-to-night basis. You know what I'm saying?
And now, you know, realize, looking at how the Suns are playing, they're currently 3-0. Looking at how Hawks are playing well against Philadelphia, we lost against great teams. You know, like back then, I didn't see it. Back then, when we lost that when we had the 9-point lead, and then the 9-game winning streak, and we lost the 10th game, I was so disappointed. Right now, I'm not, because I'm like, yo, the Suns are who they say they are.
Hadouken
is in the building.
That is my guy. You know, I used to hate this little bastard, but I like him now.
Wait, was it because of when me and Keith were?
Oh yeah,
were going at you.
Yeah,
bro, why does your voice sound so different in that? Are you in a different setting right now?
He's in a computer. He learned how to use a computer.
Right.
Cool.
Is it me?
CP.
Is it better or worse? I don't know.
Yeah, your voice sounds so much like a lot deeper in this.
Sounds robotic.
Yeah, kinda.
Sounds like I could narrate like footage from like wildlife and stuff like that.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
So.
What up, Hadouken? What up, Hadouken?
What's good, Rocky?
What's good, my boy?
What's good, nigga? What's good, Freezy?
Salute. My Russian brother.
But I will say, Hadouken, your voice still sounds 13 years old.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Nah, Hadouken's good. Hadouken's good, man. His voice.
I can't wait to see it. Hadouken's voice to see his face, though.
When Hadouken start going to Western Hall, that's going to be the problem. When he start going to Western Hall, all those team bashes.
Hadouken's voice resonates later on. It's going to resonate, and Hadouken's voice is going to be a monster coming forward. So don't sleep on his voice. Hadouken's voice is very smart, and Hadouken's very knowledgeable about this sport. So
he needs to drink some yak, though.
I think we're all knowledgeable when it comes to certain things about our Knicks. You know what I'm saying? I think
not all of us, but
not all of us.
I hear you.
I think all of us have
some of us freestyle.
I think all of us have some good points.
Man.
Who do you think freestyles?
Hey man, so let me bring this thing back to so the Oubre thing. The Oubre thing is boils down to two things basically. If he is interested in playing for the Knicks, and how much do the Knicks offer him in free agency, is what ultimately gets Kelly Oubre to New York. Because we can like him all we want and desire his services all we want, but if the Knicks are a non-starter for him, regardless how much we're willing to pay, he's just not coming, right? And so that leads me to this: if we can't get a Kelly Oubre type to man the small forward position for us over the next 2 or 3 seasons, who do we get to fill that spot? Do we fill it with a free agent, or do we find that guy in the draft?
Should we give Kevin Knox a try? For God's sakes. You got the kid on the roster.
That's not what Uncle Freeze was thinking about. Trust me. Kevin Knox.
But I still hold out hope for him.
Did you hear that Cleveland is interested in Kevin Knox?
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that on Instagram.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute.
Cleveland.
Hey, hold on, man. Wait a minute. I just asked it. Hold on. I just asked a specific thing, and you just like, nah, I ain't even gonna touch that. I'm gonna just do what I want to do.
This is
What's happening?
Let's talk about KK.
We were talking about Kelly Oubre, and then somebody went to Kevin Knox. Somebody went to Kevin Knox.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I thought it was obvious. I don't know.
So, but the thing is, so if you don't get an Oubre, then who is the other option? And CP the artist asked a question, and it's a legit question. Do you give Kevin Knox a second chance or third chance?
You see,
and for some people say, do you give him his first chance?
This is going on his. This is not his second chance. This is going on his. Well, I think we had to break the mold of what Fizdale did to Kevin Knox was terrible. He didn't do too great with Kevin Knox. So Kelly Oubre, that's a good question. I don't know what we're doing with the Knox thing.
What were you gonna say, Hadouken?
I was gonna say that about Kelly Oubre is that he's not a bad player. I definitely think he's good, but it's like we already have RJ and Randall that kind of play in the same area, and they mainly go left, and then you're adding Kelly Oubre. It just doesn't seem right to me. And I like Kelly Oubre, but to me it doesn't seem like a fit. Like if we can find another wing somehow, because I'm still like confused on what 9 players we're gonna get for our bench. We're probably gonna bring some 2-ways back, but it's like we really need to fill our roster up. We got 6 people on contract. But I do not think that we should get Kelly Oubre. I don't think that's a good idea at all.
Because there's 3 left. 3 left.
He's one of those guys that I think somebody's going to overpay. Somebody's going to overpay, and it might not be the Knicks.
So why is he not a good fit?
Because he's left-handed, according to Hadouken.
That's my reason. Just because they kind of play in the same space, and you already see that RJ and Randall don't really go right as much as they should. I'm confident they will get better next season, but it's like I don't know. I don't really feel like Kelly Oubre would work well on the team. Even though I like his skill, a team will definitely get him. And like he averaged 19 on the Suns before he got traded. And then he went to the Warriors. Like he's nice, but I just don't know how he would work for us.
Because then when you put Kelly Oubre in the lineup, then defense is going to be like, oh, the Knicks, the whole starting lineup, they all going left. It's going to be Randall. They're going to be prepared. They're all going left.
Time out. Everybody's saying they're going left. They wouldn't be NBA players if they couldn't go right. I'm sorry, because if I could only go left because I'm right-handed, I would be in the NBA. But I couldn't go left. That's why I ain't. You know what I'm saying? They could go right, but I think their strength is on the left. I get it.
Yeah,
but they're NBA players. They could go right. You know.
Yeah, I get it in that aspect. They can, but they're not showing that they're successful at doing it on a consistent basis. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you why. Because RJ was not through his career. He's born right-handed, but for some reason he likes to go left. Have no idea.
Just like LeBron.
Right. So I think that once he gets that mental, hey, you could go right because you were born right-handed, he will. But as for Randall, I think it's because also just working on that right hand a little bit more. It's just something that they got to do in the offseason. I don't think it's something that is permanent. They will work on it doing
to say something in that regards. All right, I used to play. I boxed. My first sport I fell in love with was boxing. Right, and I'm right-handed, but my jab, my strong was my left. All right, and I also, all right. So also I play football, right? But and when football, I'm right-handed, but my cutbacks, all my touchdowns that I scored in high school football, my cutbacks were going to the left. But I'm a right-handed player. My strong is my right, but all my cutbacks was to go left, and I scored most of my touchdowns. When you look at the film, was going cutting back to the left. I don't know how you if you get what I'm saying. It's like
I used to play baseball and I used to be a center field and I used to use my left for my glove.
Yeah, because you're preparing for us to go right, but when we dance and we bring it back to the left, I think that's what it is. Because you're not, you know what I'm saying? You think we're gonna go right, but we good finishing left. I don't know what it is. It's like
I hear you.
Just like what I said, that's why I bring the boxing in. Like the jab, you set it up, the jab, and you're strong. You finish with the left. You can throw it like that's how you throw it. And that's that's all about with the shoulder roll too. That's how Floyd was so. That's how Floyd Mayweather so effective with the shoulder roll, like and stuff like that, because he hides behind his defense like that. But that's pretty much what that is, I think.
You guys saw the Lamar Odom fight last night? Oh my god!
Oh god!
Poor white boy, and that
was an embarrassment.
That was the Nate Robinson revenge right there. That was so sad.
He fought somebody who was like 5'9".
Bro,
yeah,
whoever made that up,
like...
they called it the Battle of the Crackheads, allegedly.
It was like whatever.
That's exactly what it looked like. Battle of Crackheads.
2 weeks. It's been like 2 weeks of that with the Mayweather, the Logan, and
but Rocket, as a, and I didn't mean to like sway into this, but as a guy that likes boxing, do you think it's fair that UFC a guy will break his leg or get like a career-ending injury and only get like 10K or $50,000 the most, but then on the other side you have YouTubers or celebrities that are making a mockery out of boxing, but making a killing in money? So it's like, who is right? Who is right?
Hey, so hey everybody, welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. I'm your host, Uncle Freezy. I'm joined by a bunch of dudes that can't stay on topic. What's going on? What's good? What's good? We're gonna stay on topic. What's happening? We got taking our AD details today or something. What's happening?
It's late at night.
All right, to finish that last thing, that's a Dana White thing. You gotta have to ask Dana White that. I don't know what's that UFC thing, but back to let's stay on topic with Freezy was talking about with the Kelly Oubre thing and stuff. Like let's get back focused, guys.
Yeah, man. So the thing is that the options that are presented to us are many. So there are a lot of guys that can fill this role that we desperately feel like we need to fill. With some moderately big names like Gary Trent, Norm Powell, Kelly Oubre. Then you have some guys in the draft that you can fill the positions with. And I understand that in COVID years, in these years now, that the guys coming out of college don't get the same shine as the guys that came out, say, 2 or 3 years ago that are household names. But these guys are still quality players, right? So you can find a quality player in the draft.
Question. So, in this free agency, we are signing, allegedly, a small forward. If we sign a small forward, this means Reggie Bullock is gone? Yes or no?
Hell yeah.
I still think we're keeping one of Bullock or Burks.
I don't want to keep
him.
There's only 2 I want back, really. That's Burke and maybe Rose. Maybe Rose.
Oh, you got that light skin bias.
What are you talking about?
I think it should be. I think out of all of them, I'll keep Nerlens Noel. I don't keep Reggie.
You got Mitch
first.
You got Mitch.
And maybe
Josh.
And you don't need a backup.
And I would say in a perfect situation we keep none of them. I don't think you you keep. I don't think you keep Derrick Rose. I don't think you keep Reggie Bullock, Alec Burks, Nerlens Noel, any of those guys, because ultimately they don't offer you what it is that you feel like you need to make it to the next level. And you saw them afforded the opportunity to do so, and they didn't step up. And it's against a team that was not even known for defense.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like we played against the Milwaukee Bucks and our offense got shut down. No, we played against the Atlanta Hawks and got shut down by guys named Danilo Gallinari and Bogdan Bogdanovic, Trae Young. Come on, man. We can't score on Trae Young. I mean, when you get to a point where you can't score on Trae Young, right? Well, let me finish my point. I understand you hear me. Let me finish my point. The point is these guys, that we put them in roles for them to be successful, and they were not able to do so because the things that limit them as players were brought to the forefront when we needed those things the most. Now, do you bring those guys back thinking that they're going to improve? And these guys have been in the league 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 seasons. I don't think you do. I think what you do is look for people that you can prepare for this run. Like when we get to the playoffs, you want to have people prepared, like battle tested for the run. And then that way, when teams do things that we haven't seen all year, you have the flexibility to overcome the things that these other teams put in front of us. Because what the Atlanta Hawks did wasn't rocket science. All they did was stayed in the vicinity of the shooters, and our shooters couldn't get open.
All right, but what I'm trying to say is this: like if you go back to Burks, Reggie Bullock, they were not as consistent as Nerlens Noel was out through the year. Nerlens Noel, I could say Nerlens Noel gave us the reason why we have 15 more wins than what we should have had. So did he downperform in the playoff? Yes, but also like it was a lot of work. Yeah, man, he was hurt. He was hurt. He didn't have no backup. So that's why I want to bring that guy back, because he gave me 100%. He gave me 100%.
Nerlens Noel got hurt, and then Derrick Rose got hurt in the playoffs too. Derrick Rose didn't bail out. Derrick Rose got hurt in that playoff series too, and that's because he wasn't geared to start. That's because when
Derrick Rose got hurt, when Derrick Rose got hurt, Derrick Rose should have sat. Derrick Rose started 2 games in the playoffs and got hurt. And
that's because
Derrick Rose to start all year.
That's because he wasn't starting all year. Because that's because Elfrid Payton sabotaged us and bailed on. He straight bailed on us. And once that happened, we played to what Nate McMillan took us off a game. Once that happened, and we shifted away from what we were doing all year season. And Nerlens Noel got hurt, and Todd Gibson had to necessarily, step into that role, and we looked gassed. And then when Randall hit the wall too, and he just it was like a domino effect. Everything just was off.
Yeah, it was contagious. That's what I saw also. That like game one, we saw only Randall downperforming. And then on game 2, that same juju got into quickly. Mm-hmm. The only guy that was overachieving, and you could say what Uncle Freeze talked about, Kelly Oubre, about how he's like, once he's on that goal, no matter if we're down by 30, he's still scoring, was Obi #1 Toppin. Obi Toppin was
an X factor. I don't see Obi Toppin was ready to play. Emmanuel quickly came to play. Reggie Bullock gave us a straight donut.
Yeah.
Yo, it was like what's going on here? And then when Thibodeau wasn't able to adjust, and he didn't go, he should have just went when he saw that, and he didn't make the proper adjustments, and we just kept going to it, and then we didn't play anybody for that long stretch in the playoffs. We should have went to like, all right, if we knew that Nerlens Noel was hurt, we should have threw in Pele in there and see what we had to get. We should have went with healthy bodies. You know what I'm saying? We just should have stuck with Obi when he was hot. We should have stuck with Obi and quickly and those guys, because they were ready. They was like, all right, You know, this playoffs was in playoffs. It was like NCAA ball to them. They was ready for that March Madness. That's what the type of feel it was for them. So they were excited. They were excited to play, and they stepped up. They stepped up better than the veterans. And once if the eye test didn't show you that, then I don't know. Maybe that's where we lost this playoffs.
Here's the thing with
what do you think? What do you think, Freeze?
Here's the thing with Freezy's. You know.
What do you think? What do you think?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
No, I can't hear you.
To Freezy's point, right, about free agency, it's gonna be like a financial thing, because in accounting wise, right, you have like our players. What if they go out on the market and someone is offering them multiple years, and the Knicks are feeling like, you know what, we don't think that if in this market we could get anybody to get us to the next level. And here's the thing. I love
that afro. That's a cool afro.
If we oh my God, it's like I feel like I'm back in special ed for some reason. But like, I think that it's going to depend on the math and the accounting, like what we're going to do. So it's going to be a tough sell of who we get and how long we're going to get them, because we're going to have to overpay people for like maybe a couple more years. So who knows?
I don't even think that we're going to be using up all our cap space this offseason.
You think it's going to be one and dones again?
I think it'll be a couple of one and dones, and I think there'll be like one pretty big signing, but I don't think it'll be anything major.
I agree.
Because I think that it will be going into next season, and then we'll probably hit a trade during the trade deadline.
Jesus. Here we go. Oh, my God. Lord, I can't. Why did I sign on tonight? Oh, my God.
What?
Lord.
Hey, D, what's going on, man?
Look. Panel, Freezy, CP, Dukin, everybody. All my Knicks family out there. Love y'all to death. Like
Salute.
Let me tell y'all something right now. If we come out of this free agency period with money in our pockets, we have done ourselves a disservice. Okay? This nonsense about let's do a little something now and wait again. Look.
Sanity. Spend that money, man.
Look, spend that
bread, man.
Don't let me get buck. Don't let me get buck out here tonight. Spend that money.
Spend that bread. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
Money.
Make on who? You gotta say who.
Okay, let me start it out right now. Let me start the fight. Kawhi Leonard. Let's start with Kawhi Leonard.
God, he's not gonna leave that sunshine weather.
But why are we paying Worldwide West money for his connections if we can't finally get connected?
First of all, your last name ain't Dolan. It's Anthony D. You ain't paying nobody. Go ahead, continue. I want to hear who you paying. Who we paying in this offseason, please?
First of all, I'm paying Kawhi. Okay, that gentleman over there in Phoenix that has a return.
They're both not leaving though.
See, here's my problem with Knicks fans on this. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do that. How do we know they're not going to do this unless we get buck with them and make a proper offer to make them comfortable here in this position? Remember something. KD left Golden State to go to Brooklyn. Kyrie left Boston to go to Brooklyn. These are subsidiaries of New York City. Let's never forget that. We're the big guys in town. You understand what I'm saying? Let's not with this chintzy move. We're gonna do a chintzy move here and a chintzy move there, and Randall is still gonna be the number one guy in town. If Randall is not number 3 next year, then guess what? We're gonna have the same results as we had this year.
You are right. You are right on that last part, but you used a lot of ifs, my brother. Ifs, because it's still a if Kawhi opts out, becomes I think a restricted free agent. Help me out, Hadouken. Will he be restricted or will he be
Kawhi has a player option, but he's gonna test the market.
Will he be a restricted or will he
unrestricted?
You can only be restricted if you're on your rookie contract.
Okay, all right, great, right? So we are basing all this on ifs. So we gotta be temper our expectations. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I'm with you though. I want to spend money and whatever, but the thing is this: if you're gonna spend money just to be mediocre, what is the point? We could be like Charlotte again. Charlotte spent all that money the last 2 years getting Rozier and getting what's the dude's name? The white dude. Gordon Hayward just to miss the playoffs, my guy. Come on now. Look, you can't spell capitalism without CP. I love capitalism. Don't get me wrong. But, I'm looking at this free agency and I'm like, it's okay. It's
CP.
not like great.
CP, the word is out there that CP3, your namesake, without the 3, is going to opt out of a $44 million final year of his contract.
Yes.
Have you been watching CP3 at 36 years old?
Yeah, he's looking good.
Okay.
I would love to have him. Don't get me wrong. I would love to have him. But do you even think that's enough?
He gets the injury bug too in the playoffs too, though. He gets the injury bug too every
Look, Father Time is undefeated. I would get him, but I hope we get him at a reasonable price.
And that's not about to happen.
This man is willing to opt out of a $44 million contract. There's no such thing as reasonable if he's opting out of a $44 million contract. You're going to give him a 3-year, $100 million contract. Let's cut it out. You see what I'm saying?
So why did we go get Vildoza?
You might as well sign Alex Rodriguez or Albert Pujols. Bobby Bonilla.
So what we going with? So what we doing with these 4 picks in the draft? What we doing? We flipping these picks? What we doing? We moving up? What we doing? And what are we doing in the draft? What we doing with these 4 picks? What are we doing?
Why do we care?
Hold on. Let me wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. So we got a super chat to come in. I'm gonna read this super chat real quick and reset this thing for us. So Kinds of Sauce says, thank you for the super chat. Just because you yelling something doesn't make it make sense. But his mic, right? Yeah, I agree. Just because you yell it or say it over and over and over again, don't necessarily make it right. But I will say this: in the conversation about players that have player options, just because they opt out or exercise their player option does not mean that they will canvass, the NBA. They're not canvassing the NBA looking for a job. Both of these players that you mentioned went to the situations that they preferred destinations. CP3 going to Phoenix. Phoenix was his preferred destination over New York last summer. You know what I'm saying? And Kawhi Leonard going to the Clippers was his preferred destination also. So if something has changed in their decision making, then I'm sure we would have probably heard. But to assume that they would go to their preferred destination in 2020 just to change course in 2021 may be a stretch. But I do understand what AD is saying about weaponizing the amount of money that you have so that you'll be a player in free agency, so that you'll at least be considered. What's up, young side? What's good?
Hold on a second, gentlemen. Hold on. You can't come back here. If you tell me you want to sign, you want to bring back. Hold on. If you telling me you want to bring back.
Young side, you ain't talking to me?
No, I'm talking to you, Freezy. Of course, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to everybody. Knicks family. That's what we do. If you're telling me you want to bring back.
My man can't hear us.
If you're telling me you want to bring back Burks and you want to bring back Noel, maybe Rose, okay, I can understand that. That's 2 out of 3, maybe even possibly 3.
Good.
I can understand that. You have to come out here and be strong. Look at Brooklyn right now. If Brooklyn don't get to the finals this year, they're going to get to the finals at some point in these next 2-3 years. You have to be forward progressive. And CP, I want to remind you, CP, you were the most frustrated, but besides myself, at the trading deadline when they did not support the troops. So what is the difference?
Yes, sir. I'm with you. Here's my thing. But, AD, I'm with you. I want them to spend money. I want them to be creative. But you know what? They're going to free agency is one thing, but like not Rob, I forgot the gentleman's name right next to me. He made a good point.
Rocket Mortgage.
Mr. Rocket.
Yeah, forgive me. I'm thinking this, AD. We got to do something with those draft picks, and if we're going to make deals, it's not in free agency. I'm thinking free agency, so forgive me. But the big splash is that player that, whether it's Bradley Beal or whether it's Kawhi or whether somebody that we have to get in a trade, which is not free agency, that's where I say we make the biggest move. I don't think the move is going to come into free agency.
Me neither.
Because this free agency is weak, my brother.
The only big hit is Kawhi and
2022 is where it's really hitting for. 2022 is really where it's hitting for.
We can't. You see, my brothers. Every year.
We can't move the pole. We can't move the poles.
Every year we roll them out. Every year we roll the boat. We roll the boulder down another year. It was 2019. It's 2020. It's 2021. Now we're talking 2022. Come on, gentlemen. Let's stop this. We're too intelligent to keep on rolling this down the hill.
But hey, go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. So about this offseason, I don't think the best player that we're gonna get is gonna become from free agency. I think it's gonna come from a trade. I think that we actually might look into a Malcolm Brogdon deal because I think Indiana's gonna blow it up. And I would really like
a frustrated player also like the Aaron Fox, like Hadouken always mentioned.
Right. So AD, all we're saying is that free agency is cool, but it's like, when you go to a club and there's nothing but ugly girls, everybody's like a 3 or a 5. You're gonna try to pick the 5 to make a 10.
Hold on,
right?
Hold on a second.
In the dark, she's fine as hell. In the dark, she's still fine.
Second, you would rather go home with money in your pocket versus go home with an ugly softie? Are you
man?
Yes, I would.
He never been.
Is that what you're telling me?
Man,
is that what you're telling me? Hold on, CP.
Yes, I would.
CP.
Yeah.
He's bugging. He's
CP,
bugging.
where we coming from, CP? CP, where we coming from, CP? CP.
Can we please, AD?
Okay,
on, man. Yeah, let's keep it in the realm of Knicks
basketball. The energy is on 3 o'clock.
Because what CP said, and following that up, and we should.
CP, I would expect. You lucky I don't have your phone number. I'll call you right now and cuss you out right now, CP. You lucky.
I wish you'd come to the club with me, man.
Sometimes the baddest joint in the club when you see her a couple of days later, wasn't the baddest joint in the club.
Hey, hold on, yeah. Let me.
Cut it out.
Y'all never party in Flatbush because
that night.
Hey, City, what's good, bro?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Things getting crazy, right?
Huh?
What's happening? What's happening? You see the chat was video chat was getting a little crazy, right?
Yo, what's good? Can y'all hear me? We good?
Yeah, I can hear
We
you.
good?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. See, my joint is back on.
Right.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me do that. All right. We good. We straight. We are straight. What's good, my family? What's going on,
What's
man?
good?
I missed a lot.
What's good?
But yo, I'm here, man.
Tonight. Good? Well, tonight you ain't missed nothing. Tonight you ain't missed nothing because
I feel like I missed a lot.
Here. No, you ain't. Trust me, bro. I ain't shooting you the gas. You know what I'm saying? Tonight we ain't. You know, we was all over the place, man. We talking about ugly girls and all kind of stuff that we shouldn't be talking about on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man.
Cass is wilding. You know,
I missed a lot because I ain't been here for a minute. So you know what I'm saying? I feel like I missed a lot, bro.
Yeah, the energy on here is weird, bro. It's like we on LSD or something tonight in here.
That's all right. Because your guy is here, man. The hype man is here, and we ready to get this thing back rocking the way it's supposed to be rocking. That's what I'm here to do, man. Let's go. Yo, family, chat family, I am here. Y'all want that thing? Y'all want that thing that y'all like, huh? Y'all want that city roll call? Y'all know what to do in the chat, man. Y'all know what to do in the chat. Throw that orange and blue in there. Throw that orange and blue in there one time for your man, because City is back. I'm chilling. I'm hanging here with Uncle Freezy and all the rest of the guys, and I'm ready to get that thing lit, man. I'm ready to get it lit. Let's go. Rick V. I see you, Rick V. Chris Chang. My guy, salute to you. Ivy 280. I'm reading this thing as it pops up. Let's get this thing rocking. Kaiser Soze, the usual suspect. Let's get this thing going. Knicks man, I see you with the thumbs up. Let's get it, chat family. Let's get it. Let's get it all. Future gaming. The future of gaming is right here in the chat. Our future. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Shout out to my panelists. You know, Hadouken. Who else is up in here? Who else we got on? I know Hadouken is on. CP.
What's good, City?
The artist. Jay looks like Jay Boogie is here. Let's go, man. The new Knicks. I see you, bro. John Weber, my guy. That's my guy. That's my dog. Young Side is here. I see you, bro. Let's go, man. Y'all already know what I do when I come in, man. Let's get home. See, I just got in the house. Y'all got me getting all Nick Gas. I see you, bro. What's going on? What is going on?
Salute, my brother.
What's going on, fellas? What is going on, man? I'm just
happy. We just enjoying intermission. CT.
It was a forced intermission too, because things get sideways and people forget to make channel.
Look, Freezy,
and getting mad with the joint. So.
I'm glad you forced the intermission, because I want to say something to my so-called ugly breezies out there. I got love for you. Stop listening to CP and his nonsense.
Yo, you know what I love? You know what I love? You know what I love? That's Uncle Freeze is like, it looks like they on LSD, but CD's like, that's good. I was dying.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
We ain't trying to be disrespectful to nobody coming out the mouth with no disrespectful mess like that, man. And we gotta be, come on, bro. I mean, and then you be on their joint, and they be like, no, man, we can't say that. And then they come on the Knicks and Night podcast and feel like they could just say the first thing come on their lips. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on, man. We gotta be respectful to our people. So,
word.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So, City, where you been, bro?
Hey man, I've been here. I've been behind the scenes, man. I've been watching. I've been rocking. You know, had to do a little thing yesterday. You know, but it's all right. I'm back. I'm back, and we good. We golden.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I just had to be careful about what we talking about because we had young SY on the joint here, kid, you know what I'm saying, and some others, you know what I'm saying, and we were talking about some, you know what I'm saying. We just got to make sure we be mature adults in the presence of people that may not be of age.
Let's be mindful and respectful that we do.
Yeah. So City, Uncle Freeze started the podcast talking about Kelly Oubre and the rumors about the trading deadlines and things like that, and then we kind of squirrel towards like talking about Reggie Bullock and who are you getting rid of in between Reggie Bullock, Alec Burks, and Nerlens Noel for next season?
Bro, that's hard. That's rough because I would say I want to keep Bullock, like just because you know he fits Tibbs' defensive.
Oh, you keeping everybody? I see, huh?
Like you know, well, first of all, I just said I'm gonna keep Bullock. You didn't let me finish before you jumped on and said I'm keeping everybody. Relax, bro. Calm down. We got a minute. We got a minute to do this. Like, you know, but would I keep Noel if the money is right? Because we need a backup, obviously. Sure. Now, are we gonna keep Taj too? Is the question. Like, are we bringing him back? I would like to, because he balled out. I mean, you got to reward players for balling out, right? This is what we say. This is what we say, don't we? Don't we say, hey, if you ball out, we got to reward you with something, right?
Oh my God, Taj!
Like, I would bring him back as a backup power forward, and I would bring Noel back as a backup center. I mean, you got to remember, man, you usually got 2 or 3 players, right, for the same position on the team at all times, unless you got a bunch of guys that play multiple positions. But otherwise, you got a backup point guard, you got a third string point guard, you got a backup center, and you got a third string center. You got a power forward, a backup power forward. Like this is what happens. So what's wrong with keeping some of these guys? Not saying that they got to be the ones that starting, but you know what I'm saying? We can keep them. That is a thing. If y'all haven't forgot.
I just don't want to go back to relying on Taj Gibson during the playoff. So if I do want him back in the organization, you know, but I want him in a Theo Pinson role. Like I don't want him doing so much. He was doing a lot.
Right, but that's why I said as a backup, as a third string, yeah, I would like to keep him. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, bro. I don't want him to. So sorry.
Taj was our third stringer though. The only problem was that Mitch was injured. So I want to keep Taj no matter what, as that because I think he's very good for our bench and in general for the whole team, chemistry wise and his voice for the team in the locker room. But I don't know. Like he's not gonna be our second string. Like I think we're definitely gonna find someone else that can replace Noel because I think we're keeping Mitch, and we might not keep. I just want to keep Mitch and not Noel.
We have to keep Mitch.
We have to keep Mitch and Noel. If they get him on a good contract, I won't be mad about it. But Taj is gonna be our third string. He wasn't meant to be our second string. It was just injuries that caused it. So
That's true.
You shouldn't even look at him as a second string for this season.
That's true.
It was just the concept.
J Boogie, you're muted.
Y'all salute to y'all, everybody. Good morning, early dark morning too. Y'all remember what Taj did to CP3?
Salute J Boogie.
Y'all remember what Taj did to Chris Paul? He's the only one out of our team all season long that laid any wood on anybody.
He's a go-getter.
What that tells you, that's somebody that's willing to go to war and go to bat for you and whoever else on this New York Knicks team.
Yep, because
So
he's from New York. He's battling for the city. Yep, he was ready to play. Came ready to play. Taj Gibson came ready to play night in, night out.
it's
Straight
mandatory you bring him back,
veteran.
and you
So
don't have
you
to bring him back early in the season. You know, see, Taj was hitting in the cut. Taj was already on his way here, even when he wasn't on the team. He was just in the cut. So you don't have to bring Taj in at the beginning of the season. You just bring him when it's time to play.
Yeah, like he could play the role of like Jared Dudley in the Lakers. You know, like you said, sometimes when you need somebody to foul somebody, hey, he always says LeBron pays my my violations or my I don't know, you know, like any calls he gets from the refs, LeBron's paying for that. So like, but I don't want him to have a big picture in the team. That's what I mean. But I don't mind having him. I love Taj. I think he was underpaid this year. You know, he did a lot of work for $1 million.
I'm not comparing. I'm never gonna compare Taj to Jared Dudley because Taj actually plays. That's
I'm not comparing him. I'm saying the role that he should play.
He doesn't even. No, but he doesn't even play a role in which he just fouls people like that.
Okay.
He just has a. He's like, he's not scared of anyone. He doesn't care. Like that's the way he is, and he's a good spot minute guy. If you need someone to come in for a few minutes, he's good.
But someone just called him underpaid. Are you willing to give Taj Gibson a sizable amount of your salary cap this year? Next year coming up, you want to give him $5 million and more?
No, I think 3.1, 3.5.
Keep him on a
3.5 million
minimum. That's what you keep him on. He'll be fine with that.
You cannot at this stage of Taj's career, and remember something, 2 years ago, they gave him $15 million. 1 year, $15 million for a man that was no longer even, I don't think at no point in his career, his salary ever averaged $15 million. You can't give him that kind of money. Taj, as good as he is, Taj, I look at you as the future Herb Williams. You're going to be with the organization for a long time if you stay and grow and groom the young guys. You can't give him anything more than league minimum if you're really trying to be serious in this game.
I don't think that should even be like a conversation, though, because I don't think anyone should be worried about the contract he's going to get. We all know it's going to be small. It should be like a veteran's minimum. I don't think that's really a problem.
Small.
That's why I said what I said from the jump. That's why I said, yeah, I would keep him as a third string. This is why I don't see why. I mean, come on. Like,
I just got a question to y'all. Got a question for y'all. See how y'all gonna go about it. What makes y'all think CP3 gonna come here? I mean, really, ask yourself that. Now I know
money.
I don't know because
I don't think he's
I never said. Yeah, I wasn't in that conversation of the.
He had a decision last offseason from the Thunder to pick a destination because they respected his decision, and it was the Suns. Ultimately, they got a trade package, whatever, and it's something that he wanted to go to. I don't see him wanting to come to the Knicks. I know he wants an extension or something, and it's like, I don't know, they're putting up random numbers, but I don't really see him coming here at all.
Also,
I'm not
Jay
looking at Kawhi and
also Jay Boogie, our Uncle Freeze did said it, like 90% is just bull crap, and then we could just take 10% out of all the rumors because everything is Knicks for clicks right now. Like,
but that's not a rumor. That's not a rumor though. Like, he is gonna opt out of his thing.
He is gonna opt out, but they always use us.
J Book is just asking for the people that think he's gonna come here. Why would you think that?
See, I'm on record saying that if Chris Paul would came here, he was gonna opt out anywhere this year. Chris Paul don't want no money, y'all. That's first thing first. You got to know that Chris Paul don't need no money. Chris Paul want a ring. So I already know he gonna opt out, but I don't think he's gonna opt out to come here. Why would he? When he's in a situation over there that's on the verge of going to the Western Conference Final. You know what I'm saying? He might take a pay cut. You know what I'm saying? I'll break a couple of dreams real quick. He might take a pay cut to try the land Kawhi over there. You see what I'm saying?
That makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would he come? Why would he come here? That's why I'm telling people that we need to land a person that can go get somebody. And Brian Windhurst, he said it best in the middle of the season. The Knicks are in position to go and trade for a disgruntled all-star. Okay, we missed the disgruntled first all-star, and that was on Beal. He kept quiet though, but he was disgruntled. Now here comes Damian Lillard. You got to have a player that can go.
I want Damian. Oh my God,
You have to have somebody major to have Kawhi come over here.
Yeah, y'all gotta let my man finish his point. Go ahead, Jay Boogie.
Yeah, you got to have a major player to come over here first thing first, you know what I'm saying? And the trade for somebody would be best because that's what's going to happen first. You're open for trades. The lottery is what, next week and a half, the lottery, and then the draft. And then after that is free agency. And it's lined up like that to give a free agent person to take a look and see what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? So we got an opportunity to do some things, man, but I just don't really see CP3 leaving up out of Phoenix to come from over here when he's solidified in a situation over there. And I think they're going to have some cap space too, man. You know what I'm saying? And plus, if he take a pay cut, that's going to show somebody that, he's trying to get somebody. But he only going to take a pay cut if he can bring somebody. If he can't get nobody, then, he going to ask for that 3 years and such amount. He going to ask for that only if he can't get nobody. But I don't see.
And to piggyback on what you said, like CP3 is also playing with his freshman year coach. So Monty Williams and him have a pretty big relation. That this was something they planned, like they said 3 years ago, to come back together and play. So I believe that for him it will be a good ending to, like, let's say he didn't win the finals this year, but he could still work with this Phoenix Suns team and make it further than whatever they're going to make it this year. So I don't see him. You're right. I don't see him coming here right now.
Hey, and if he does, you best believe it's going to be in a package deal where we bringing in somebody or we get somebody first, and then he does. But otherwise, I'm with Jay Boogie. I don't see why he would leave the situation that he's in to come to us unless he's doing it because it's a place that he really wants to go. Now, I've never heard him say that, so I'm not even going to try to put words in that man's mouth.
We already got to play that. We already got to play that. Did that in Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose wanted to be here. That's why he came here. You know what I'm saying? Because he wanted to be with Tibbs.
And then why fill up the cap space beyond 23? He won a 3-year deal. That's over 23. The whole league is free agent in 23. You don't want to go past that because you still got to figure out what you're going to do with Julius. We haven't figured that out yet. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, to get somebody with a 3-year deal in the whole NBA league is going to be free to go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? At the end of 22-23 season, I mean, Paul wants a 3-year deal, so that's on 23-24.
Facts.
So one team that is breaking up a lot too is not only the Pelicans but Boston. Do we grab anything from Boston or we just mind our business?
Marcus Smart.
Yep.
Marcus Smart sounds good. Sounds like a smart idea.
Yeah, I would be happy.
He's another dog that's ready to go, and he's good with the atmosphere in New York. He'll be.
Who is he going to bring? Who is he going to bring? We got to stop trying to just continue on making the playoffs, dude. From here on out, for me, it's championship or bust, man. I'm not trying to get some of these guys
making the playoffs.
Just to
evolution.
Make the playoffs. Marcus is not going. He's not going to lead you nowhere.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. It's not about just making the playoffs. It's about getting. We show we can make the playoffs, and now it's about getting out the second round and moving to that Eastern Conference final and eventually getting into that championship gig for that championship, run. Let's get it. We've been waiting for how long? Time is now. Time is now. We're not gonna keep crawling.
That's the way to go. If we don't land 1 to 2 major all-stars, honestly, we must continue to build and elevate, you know what I'm saying, as we're doing right now and get some more players through the draft. That's only if we can get at least 2 major pieces to run at the championship. Ain't no need to go get little pieces here. All that Oubre and all that, man. That man looked terrible out there in Golden State. And what I want to put another RJ and Julius already don't have spaces. They both left-handed and they running into one another with trying to do a dribble handoff. Or you gonna put another left-handed dude in there, you know what I'm saying? For what? I mean,
That's
we gotta balance
That's
some
what
offense, man.
Hadouken said.
Yeah,
We spoke on that earlier. We spoke on that earlier.
Yeah, that's good talk then. Y'all had good talk. Yeah, we got to
spoke on that
balance
earlier.
the right people, man.
Like, I wouldn't be too mad if we got him, but I wouldn't be happy at all. Like, that's just I don't know. It's just like we're not getting anyone crazy from free agency, so it all depends on the trade market at this point.
Facts. Okay, so
Like,
Jay Boogie, the next man coming up is John Wall. John Wall has that Kentucky connection. What is your where did Jay Boogie go? All right, guys. What do you guys think about he's here. What do you think about John Wall? John Wall joining the New York Knicks.
If I tell y'all what I feel about John Wall, y'all might look at me and think I'm crazy, but I'm down here in North Carolina. I know for a fact John Wall's lost 7 pounds already. John Wall is already up at Word of God, his high school, working out right now. You know what I'm saying? John Wall is 31 years old. John Wall got 2 more years left on that deal. He'll be 33 when his contract expires. So all those that think that crazy contract, they don't want that, you know what I'm saying? And John Wall was not injured going towards the end of the year. John Wall was trying to figure out if he wanted to ask for them to buy him out and go somewhere else, or he was just going to continue to sit down so they can continue on working towards what's that word with the word they use when they trying to make sure they get a good draft pick. Y'all know the word I'm talking about. But John Wall, yeah, they was tanking. John was not even hurt. So let me share that with y'all. I'll let y'all know that, man. So
real quick, one thing. I'm sorry to cut in, but I was listening into when Woj was talking and Win Their Horse, and they were saying that when they went on that 20 losing streak, they were actually trying to win and they were just losing. So they might as well have tanked those last games.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm be honest with you. I'm one of the ones I wouldn't mind seeing John over here, especially I know he getting back to his old self. He put too much weight on him before, and it caused injuries to his body. So right now, he's trying to chop weight up off him. He's an elite point guard, you know what I'm saying, when healthy. But he is healthy, you know what I'm saying? And it's not much to worry about that contract, you know what I'm saying? Because it ain't but 2 years, and you want to free up money, you know what I'm saying, when that 22-23 season come around. You want to have all the bread you can have, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, and we'll get a draft pick from Houston. We're taking them off their books. Let me get one of them ones. We get that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it's a dummy move.
Hey, for John Wall contract, I need both of them first round picks. I need both of them. Both.
You're a little anxious.
He's making I know what he's saying, that just because John Wall got a 40-something mil contract.
Yeah, I think he got 43 and 46 coming up.
Yeah, that's
right.
crazy.
And then to $44 million for a dude that averaged 16 points a game. And I hear what Jay Boogie saying about my man getting better. But this league is about show and prove, not show and tell. John Wall got to show us that he's the guy that he used to be before we, you know what I'm saying, consider doing those type of things. I don't question Jay Boogie. I don't question John Wall either. But in this league, if you bashing Kevin Knox, you know what I'm saying? If you bashing Kevin Knox or bash Frank or bash anybody, man, you got to bash them all, bro. You got to show me what you're doing right now. What have you done for me lately? You know what I'm saying? And no knock on John Wall, because I know he played with a bunch of cats that Houston has zero talent, right? Mm-hmm. It's the reason why James Harden wanted to leave, because he looked at that roster, he was like, man, ain't no talent around here. And John Wall was in that same situation. You know what I'm saying? But in order for us to take that, bro, we got to get. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the top 5 pick. I'm talking about the 2 picks they got in the 20s. They have 2 picks in the 20s. I think they pick 23 and 24 or something like that. Yeah, I got to get both of them in order to take on John Wall contract, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because if we get John Wall, that means we cannot acquire another high ticket free agent or trade for another big time player. So we got to be rewarded justly for that. So, but Kaiser Sose, thank you for the super chat. The only way I do that is if Houston throw is that they're one this year. Wall has more than one injury, and he got injured being stupid, so I'm good. That's what Kaiser Sose says. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just reading my man's super chat. But yeah, Chris, how good it so Chris Andre Brown says Christian Wood is good. How good is Christian Wood?
Let me see some highlights.
We was hungry for him, weren't we?
Mm-hmm.
That was a player that we wanted to go get during the offseason. We was thinking about it, right? You talking about dude that's down in Houston.
Yeah, they wanted him, but it ain't pan out. Ain't pan out.
Hey, yo, E, what's going on with you, man?
I think E.
Yeah,
I think,
so those Houston picks are 23 and 24. And Darryl Pemberton, thank you for the super chat. He says, "Is Beal off the table?" I guess it depends on who else we acquire in free agency, because you know if you trade for Bradley Beal, what do you do with RJ Barrett? Because I don't know if you start RJ Barrett I don't know if you start RJ Barrett the first 2 years of his career and then trade for Bradley Beal and then put him on the bench, because then you'll get the same situation you did with Kevin Knox.
Man, if you trade for Bradley Beal and Bradley Beal come over here and Bradley Beal go in and get Kawhi, you know what you do with RJ. I ain't even gonna hesitate with it.
And but who knows if RJ succeeds in the bench? It doesn't I don't mind putting him in the bench. I think sometimes. Well, that's what Freeze just said.
Wait, why would he have to be off the bench though? Are we talking about if Kawhi is coming?
If Beal comes in.
He said if Beal.
Yeah, but if Beal comes in, I mean I wouldn't be worried about RJ going to the bench.
And so you will start him at the
But
3.
he won't. But RJ will be the number 2 guy again, or because he will be the number 3 guy. You will have Randall, RJ, and Randall, Beal, and then RJ as the 3rd guy. I think right now RJ is the 2nd guy when it comes to the way we look at the Knicks. Don't you think?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think that it's definitely gonna change it up. I don't know how I mean, they are gonna play the 2 or 3. It's gonna be different. Like if RJ goes all the way to the 3, because it's better if he does stay a shooting guard. But I don't think that's like the most worrying thing about doing that. I just don't want to put him in that deal. I want to find the loophole.
Ain't nothing gonna leak out until after this Clippers and this Utah Jazz series is over. Then you'll get some leak. I look for Worldwide West. Worldwide West. You need to get like Worldwide West. That's the one that's gonna go around and holler at people and it's going, you know what I'm saying, do that conversation and talking and bring it back to the format.
Facts. And call you when the players like depressed or going through like a big loss. That's when he's calling. He's calling everybody, going to the clubs. And remember, we also got the other guy. What's the name of the other guy with the small ears? The promoter.
You talking about Stout?
Yeah, Steve Stout. Oh, Steve Stout is a party boy. He gets to them athletes. So that's another thing that we have in the front line, in the management, that it helps.
Yeah, I would say this though. I would say that the thing we could focus on is a lot of these guys that we mentioned took a huge step from year 2 to year 3. Bradley Beal took a huge step from year 4 to year 5. He is not even, his career trajectory is not even the same as RJ Barrett's. So in terms of trading for a guy that's scoring like that right now, why would you do that and impede the growth of RJ Barrett, who's on the career arc of Zach LaVine and Devin Booker? The only Knicks fans do that. Only Knicks fans are not patient enough to allow their own guy to take the same career arc as the guy that they're chasing. You know, if you want a Bradley Beal, why don't you just let RJ Barrett progress from year 2 to year 3, like Zach?
You know why
LaVine,
I'm saying this? You know
like
why I'm
Bradley
saying this,
Beal,
Uncle Freeze?
Like Damian Lillard, like CJ McCollum, like all these guys that go from 14 points a game to 17 points a game to 23 points a game. RJ Barrett is on that career path. Why go out and get a Bradley Beal, who it took 5 years to get there,
And
when you can just
it
let
mainly
your own
happened
guy?
from Wall getting injured. That's when it mainly started going up.
Right. That and the fact that Bradley Beal could not handle being a number one option when he wanted to be a number one option, because there were times when Bradley Beal was put in that situation and he couldn't. I'm not saying that the guy.
I don't think
is no good. What I'm
that's
saying
not
is,
true.
what I'm saying is I'm not saying that Bradley Beal is not a guy that can't handle it. What I'm saying is it just took him longer. That's a fact, right? You can look at his numbers and follow his career, and they both point to this guy was not ready to be the number one option until he got to a certain age, and when he got there, he started producing. So I'm not knocking Bradley Beal. What I'm saying is you have a guy in RJ Barrett who is taking the same career arc as DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Bradley Beal, Jason Tatum.
He
and
played
all
with
these
two
young
selfish
stars.
players in his career. And like, so you can't say they gave him the chance. He didn't even got 1 year of being the guy. He was never the guy. And then you bring Westbrook, another like self-centered guy, just like John Wall is. So I don't think he ever got the chance to be the guy. And they didn't even give him.
We're not gonna act like he didn't just average 30 back to back.
I mean, really,
in a
You got-
season
you
that
gotta
kind of
remember-
showed
Come
that he
on,
was
dog.
the number one guy.
But you got to also
I
remember
think Bill's better than RJ.
they paid
Right.
John and paid Porter before Bill. Yo, you gotta
Yeah, that
remember
Otto
that.
Porter
Man.
contract was horrible.
Come on, them guys was before him. He wasn't even the number 2 guy. He was the
Yeah,
number
like
3 guy over there.
that's a fact. Like, and how are you gonna have confidence in a team that doesn't have confidence in you? When you bring
Right. Is he
Westbrook,
still
the whole
with,
play,
wait.
the whole
So-
playbook changes.
So the question is he still with that team? Is he still with that team?
I feel like he's leaving there. He's
No,
like
no, that wasn't the question. Don't dodge the
You gotta
question.
answer
The
the
question was, is Bradley Beal still with the team that drafted him?
He's still with him.
Yeah, and why
He
did
said-
they bring Westbrook in? They brought Westbrook in so Beal doesn't leave. So they got someone instead of John Wall, because John Wall wasn't with being
Hadouken,
second
Hadouken. CP3 is a guy that you bring into your team, and he's willing to be the number 2 guy to Devin Booker. Now Westbrook is not the guy. Westbrook wants to be number 10. Have his 10 rebounds, have his 10 assists, and have his 10 points. So it's going to be Westbrook's
That's not
game.
totally true, man. Because down the
No.
stretch, when the Wizards got scorching hot, Russell Westbrook was setting up Bradley Beal like they had played 2 or 3 seasons together.
Yeah, I'm
Bradley
not even a
Beal
Westbrook
hunted-
fan, and that's like you can't say that. He was brought in just because they didn't think John Wall could come back well enough, and they wanted someone that they thought was gonna work well with Beal.
Right.
And Beal is still the number
Right.
one option there, and he's the one that scores in the crunch time, gets them back into games and stuff like that. And Westbrook helps out with that. He's the second option for them. He's not the number one. So I don't know where that argument
Right.
comes in with the first option stuff, because he's been the first option on that team for the last few years since Wall was injured.
Right. And then the other thing too is not an indictment on Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal was just used as a comparison. The argument is about RJ Barrett's career arc. Why do you stunt? Why are you looking to stunt your young player's career arc by bringing in a guy, and now you wasted an asset? Right? You use assets to go trade for a guy, and then you wasted assets stunting the young asset career. Come
Hey,
on.
Free, are you still double park?
Yeah, I'm still double park, bro.
All right, what does
I'm
your
still
double
double
park mean? What does your double park mean?
Right. Look, well, I give you an example. One of my favorite Knicks of all time, Bill Cartwright, was stunting the career of Pat Ewing. You remember that? Because Pat couldn't get post touches because Bill Cartwright was getting post touches, right?
Right.
So what they did was they traded Bill Cartwright for Charles Oakley straight up in a straight 1-for-1 deal, right?
Right.
And the thing is Pat Ewing went on to be an MVP candidate because you move obstacles out of the way so you can let your young draft pick flourish, right? And Pat Ewing went on to be an all-time great for this franchise, right? They didn't go out and bring in another guy to play in front of Pat. You know what I'm saying? They ain't bringing in the Pat. You ain't ready. Pat, you can't stay healthy. You know what I'm saying? They move cats out the way so Pat can thrive. So what? So why do that for RJ? Why bring in a guy in front of RJ when RJ is already showing you the signs that he can be that guy? You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is if it's just if it's.
I mean,
So
what you
what
saying
I'm getting
makes
at, Jay
sense.
Boogie, is
That was the right thing. That was the right thing. That what you saying was makes sense. Move Bill out the way so Pat can come aboard. I get that part. And what you saying with RJ is don't bring nobody in his way and let him keep going. So reason why I was asking that because I'm trying to figure out. So you're saying continue on Bill through the draft. Don't bring nobody in front of nothing. RJ's way.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you need a talent infusion, if you need an infusion of talent on the roster, infuse the talent at a different position, at small forward. Why not just go? Why not go get a small? Why not trade for Brandon Ingram? If you want scoring so bad, trade for Brandon Ingram. You know the Pelicans love draft picks. You know what I'm saying? Why not go get a guy that play a different position?
Here's a question for y'all. And we're going to do this. Salute to Daryl Pemberton for the $5 chatter platter. Daryl says, would you put RJ in a trade for Beal?
My thing, only thing I'm
don't start this. I was
just thinking you can move Bradley to the 3. You can move him to the 3 too. That's my point of view. I mean, bringing Bradley Beal doesn't mean that RJ's out the way. RJ's big enough to play the 3.
I believe Jay Boogie. And Jay Boogie, I believe. So
yeah,
Jay Boogie says
I
lost the argument. I lost the argument.
If we want to bring in anybody, if we want to bring in like a person like Bill, we want to bring him in to add on to our core, not take away from our
definitely. I think that too. I don't think he's gonna be like a role guy, like another guy to look on. It's just gonna be like it's what we need in the playoff. I'm just looking at what we need, that last chip, because I agree with what everybody's saying. Let's stop thinking about making it to the playoff. We've been there, we've done that. We was not even the 8th seed. We were not part of a play-in. We were the 4th seed. Like, you can't take that away from us. You go back in 10 years, that was us. Now we gotta figure out, I feel like RJ didn't balance well in the playoff. So sometimes I was like, I didn't want to rely on him, but that's all we had. I can't blame Taj because a lot of people were injured. If Mitch was there, it would have been a different situation. But
what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this: Bradley Beal was the number 1 option on a team that wound up having to play a play-in game to make the playoffs. Where RJ Barrett was the number 2 option that wound up being the 4th seed in the East with limited offensive weapons. How about get some help for
great
RJ
point?
Barrett?
Great point. Never mind. No, great point. Right there, I see where you and Hadouken are in the way you guys look at RJ. Like, he's way above him. But like, this guy's 5-year career is a 5-year career. So you understand? So but I understand the RJ argument. So I'm not delusional, but it's just like RJ didn't perform in playoff. Is all I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm not mad if we get Beal along them. I'm not mad with that. Like I really like that's not really a big deal for me. I just wouldn't include him in the package. I would just try to find a loophole if we can, because I do think it like in a sense like the way we ran our offense this year is stunting the way his offense this year. But adding Beal will stunt that even more. But it will also lead to more opportunities with wide open shots for him too, along with that. But I don't like that he only spot up shoots. That's not his game. So that's where Freezy is saying that if you do add that guy in the same position as him, you kind of make it that he does not get the ball in those possessions. He doesn't get the looks that he should be getting compared to what he has been getting in this season.
Right. And the reason why the offense is stagnant is not because RJ Barrett can't drive to the basket or RJ Barrett can't facilitate for others or RJ Barrett can't knock down the three at a high clip. The reason why our offense is stagnant is because there are other players on the floor that have limited skill sets. So when RJ Barrett hits them, when they cut to the basket, RJ Barrett hits them in the hands for a layup, they don't catch the ball, they bobble it. Give the defender enough time to recover. And now what would be an assist for RJ Barrett is just a made basket. And then for people that look at the box score, they say, well, RJ Barrett his assist totals aren't up. Or you have a playoff series in which Trae Young is guarding RJ Barrett in an ISO on one side of the floor, and they never swing the ball to RJ Barrett so he can post up Trae Young. Right? You have these situations, and then for those that are a slave to the numbers, they say, well, RJ Barrett didn't shoot well in the playoffs. Well, how about RJ Barrett in position to take advantage of the team weakness on defense, as opposed to Reggie Bullock driving to the basket and traveling with the ball 2 times where he should have had a dunk? How about we consider that? We all saw the game. We all watched it. If you're a Knicks fan and didn't watch this Hawks series in which RJ Barrett was not used properly, and watch these veterans pass the ball around to each other like they did under Mike Miller, then it's a shame on us to say that we know basketball, yet we say that RJ Barrett didn't produce in the playoffs when we know the opportunities for him to showcase his offensive talent was sidetracked for the fact of veterans not trusting young players in a high pressure situation.
but can we balance? Can we be like Justice? Because when I would mention that the coaching was not doing the great job during the playoff, I was the bad guy, and now it's like who do you blame though? Because like during the moment you will say something about Tipsdale and you will lose it. So right there is accountability.
Because you keep saying Tipsdale.
Oh,
who's Tipsdale?
It's kind of catchy.
His name is
Tipsdale, bro. Guys, I just want to come on for a moment. I just got out here, you know what I'm saying, to Florida. I'm at Walt Disney, man. I've been driving all day. But before I lay down, I wanted to, rock with somebody. I ain't been on no chat or nothing all day, man. So salute to y'all guys, man. We'll rock back with y'all tomorrow, man. And happy Father's Day, man. You know what I'm saying, to all y'all. And at the same time, happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, bro.
Happy y'all being some good sons, too, man. That's a brand new holiday, man. Sunday, man. And I ain't talking about the day after Saturday. Salute, man.
Salute, J Boogie. You and my Mount Rushmore.
Salute.
Thank you, man. But make sure Freezy before me. Freezy older than me, y'all.
Now Freezy is the Lincoln Memorial.
Hey, J Boogie be wildin', yo. J Boogie be wildin'. But now what I'm saying is this: the thing about talent is the Knicks always look at doing the infusion of talent at positions they are already strong at. If we don't have talent, but say for instance, I'll give you an example. We have Julius Randle with the first time we get to add talent, we draft Obi Toppin. So like, God, dog it, why did you draft a power forward when the power forward was your best player? Right? And then you have RJ Barrett, who had a decent rookie season, and then all season we're like, yo, we need to trade for a shoe guard. Well, don't you already have one? Well, why are you trying to what's the deal? Everybody acknowledges
they always
that
want
the
to
biggest
trade
need on the team is point guard.
Yeah, doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
Because so many people were saying to trade RJ for Beal during the deadline, and then after that, we know this. Like after that, you did not see those people say to trade RJ for Beal again. After that deadline,
right?
I mean, some people still think, but the majority just changed up.
And come on, yeah, and I'll admit, bro, I'm in terms of Knicks fandom, bro, I'm double part, man. I want the Knicks to win right away, but at the same time, man, come on, man. I mean, to do repetitive stuff, Like to trade for a shooting guard and be like, yo, you can move RJ to the 3. Man, why don't you just trade for a small forward that can score? Trade for a point guard that facilitates offense. Why do you have to duplicate? What's the deal with duplicity?
Yeah, I rather
You know
for
what I
a
mean?
point
That's
guard than a
ridiculous.
small forward. I rather a point guard than a small forward
Right.
at this point. Like
Right.
our main thing is kind of like set plays because we don't have any set plays, and getting a point guard will definitely help with
Right.
that. And if that point guard along
Right.
with that has scoring, that's even a bigger factor. Along with that, I think that's a big thing we need.
All right, so coming
we
out
been
to the
saying that for
round,
like 3 years?
Kyle Kuzma is also available next year.
Wait, I'll be back in a second. I'll be back.
Kyle Kuzma, what are your thoughts on Kyle Kuzma, Mr. City for real? City.
I don't want him.
You don't want Kyle Kuzma at all, all right? Yo, they just passed him.
I'm not a fan of his game. I don't want him.
How much money are you?
Never been a Kyle Kuzma.
All right, we're not even gonna put no mind on him. I'm just reading what here. How much money are you giving to renew Derrick Rose contract? How much money are you giving him for 2 years? Because I'm giving him 2 years. But how much money?
I'm not giving him nothing. I'm not giving him.
You're not giving him nothing.
No.
You gotta give him. You gotta give
Derrick Rose
or a little bit above.
I'm back. My bad.
So like 3 million, 3.5.
I ain't giving him nothing. Buy Derrick Rose.
Buy, right?
Nah, I'm fine with keeping Rose if it's off the bench for a good
You sure?
price.
You think Tibbs will do that?
No, man.
He
Hey,
got one MVP vote.
I said that I wouldn't mind keeping him off the bench. I know you said that we saw him start 2 games in the playoffs. Or 3 games, and he got injured. But to me, I know those 3 games were crucial games. But at the end of the day, he was in the bench playing decent amount of minutes the whole entire season. This is like the only time he really got injured. And I understand that it's because it was in the playoffs that it's important that he about it. But I would bring him back for the bench for a good price. I think that's a very good
How much? Just throw numbers, man. Throw numbers. Just us.
I don't know. He's probably gonna get like 10 to 12, something like that. That's not.
Oh my God, it's a lot of money.
Not for the
veteran maximum, the veteran max.
I mean, a veteran that averages 15 points coming off the bench. I think that's good.
He scored 30 points in a playoff game. Like, wow, this kid is amazing.
Yeah, and don't mention Kyle Kuzma's name. I don't want him on our team.
Hey, I'm just bro. I recommend anybody to get a projector because you can just use your every wall in your place, and I'm just looking at players that are assumed to be in the rumors, so we can go through them.
Freezy, can you pin Garden of Knicks podcast comment so everyone can see it?
Is there some shade?
No. This is just because I've seen this said a few times, and I just don't understand this comment.
I like Garden of Knicks. Support him. Make sure you follow that man.
He said, "I trade Randall for Draymond Green and get top tier wings along with our core players." Like
hold on.
We can't be serious saying stuff like that because I've seen a few people say this through the last 2 weeks, and like, Freezy, how do you think about this? Because I don't know.
Yo, come on, Draymond ain't even. He's not even.
That's not gonna happen.
That he was a couple of years ago.
You better.
You want to trade him for a low value, even though Draymond is not bad. You want to trade Randall for nothing. Like compared to what you could get.
Guarding on Knicks,
like
you better donate some money for that comment.
We were talking about trading Randall for De'Aaron Fox, which kind of made sense. Like that's a fair trade because you trading a all-star for an all-star, but it's also a guy that you want young. But like that just makes no sense. I don't get it at all.
Yeah.
And he's saying Randall choked in the bright lights, better defense. Bro, Randall, this is like as much as we shaded Randall. This is Randall's first playoff series, bro. Are we gonna act like he's done this multiple years in a row? Like we can't be serious.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying with RJ when people criticizing him. I'm like, yo, bro, it's his first time in the playoffs, yo. Like, come on, like let's be serious. How many players we seen flop their first time in the playoffs?
Right, and it's not all Randall's fault though. We keep saying Randall, but man, he kicked the ball out to Reggie Bullock, and Reggie Bullock drove to the basket, had a dunk. Reggie Bullock, seeing he had a dunk, jumped in the air and threw a pass that almost went out of bounds to Julius Randle, who was trapped in the corner with 3 seconds left on the shot clock. Forced Julius Randle to throw up a contested fadeaway three with the shot clock expiring, and people were like, "Oh, did you see that shot Julius Randle just missed?"
Yeah, I didn't care about those like that. Yeah, that made like to me. I'm not excusing the way he played in general because everyone played bad, but he was definitely a factor in that. But it's like, bro, I'm not gonna trade Randall just from that one performance in the playoffs.
Right.
Especially for
not
someone
no
like
Draymond. Come
Draymond.
on.
Exactly.
Like,
And
yo,
Draymond's
let's
not
go,
even a
bro.
bad player, but you're going to trade an all-star for Draymond Green. With
Bro,
all the other
he's
options you could
been
possibly have, you think of Draymond Green.
yes.
Come
When
on,
he's
bro.
been declining, just about every year, and Julius has been ascending every year. Like, is that what we really talking about right now?
Well, and the two things are that we have to look at is the value scale for both. Like we value Julius Randle more than we value Draymond Green, but Golden State values Draymond Green more than they would Julius Randle, and the reason being is because of Draymond Green's for one, he's proven that he could be Defensive Player of the Year, right?
And he fits the system so well. He buys in
Right,
so well to their system.
right, right. And then the second thing is when you try to overplay Steph and Clay, when you trying to overplay Steph and Clay, Draymond Green can be the primary ball handler and let those guys work and get open, and he can find them accurately and on time to get them going. Julius Randle would never sacrifice his game. Julius Randle would never sacrifice his scoring to defer to two shooters like that. Because Draymond can go a quarter and a half without even taking a shot. Would Julius Randle do that for Golden State? No, never. And so the thing about that is the value scales for both of those are different. And so it would be hard for Golden State to even work out a deal Julius Randle for Draymond Green. You know, and plus with Golden State looking to shed salary, why would they look at trading for a guy that's looking to get a max salary when they already have Steph Curry's supermax extension coming up? You gonna let Steph Curry walk so that you can trade for Julius Randle and give him a max or give him a contract? It's ridiculous. You gotta look at contracts and the way teams are put together. They not get ready to sacrifice any. Steph Curry's not gonna sacrifice $1 for Julius Randle. Oh, we see. Is that what we talking about? I mean, come on, man. I mean, they have. Think about this. They have Andrew Wiggins on a max deal. They have Clay Thompson on a max deal. They have Draymond Green on a big contract, and they have Steph on a max deal. And Steph is a free agent after the season. Are they going to trade for Julius Randle and then have both of them be free agents in the same summer? Man, no. The only reason why they would even consider that is so they can dump Draymond Green's salary. That's it.
Facts.
And they have a rookie on a big contract. They picked a rookie with the number 2 pick last year, so they already have a rookie from last year that's on a big contract, and they have the number 6 pick or somewhere in that area this year. So they have to pay out another big contract to another top 5 pick, top 6 pick this year. They're not going to mess around and trade Draymond. And knowing all the salary cap hell they in right now.
We got a lot of Randall haters in the chat. Oh, I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah.
Yo, by the way, if you want to continue the Randall, I'll let you go. But another assumed trade rumor is Jalen Bronson. This is coming from MBK family. So they, what do you guys think about Jalen Bronson, player from the Dallas Mavericks? Hadouken?
I don't. The only thing I can really say is that I don't view him as a starting point guard.
Right.
But he could be a bench player. which I don't know if we really need at this point, but it all depends on what we need. Because we still need a starting point guard. That's what I'm worried about.
He got threes. He could be like a 6-man type of player also. I like this guy. He's very young too. He's 20. How old is he?
Yo, SB, what's good, man?
City, what's good? Where City go?
What's good?
He went to feed one of his animals.
No, I got it right here, bro.
Freezy, have you seen all of City for Real's animals? Do you know this guy runs a pet of a zoo in his house? Like he has llamas, he has gators, this dude has mad animals, bro, and he has dogs.
Llamas.
Chill. Hey, so
City, why you got your snake on your neck?
I bet you he got a snake on one of his snakes. He's like, oh, you're like, you got a snake? Oh no, I have snakes. Now Jalen Bronson is good, man. I like Jalen Bronson. He reminds me of guy number 2 from the Lakers.
Number 2. Are you talking about is THT number 2? I don't
No,
number 2 is Andre Drummond.
No, back in the days.
Lonzo Ball.
Kobe.
Oh,
the guy that slept with Matt Barnes' wife, Derek Fisher. The way he drives into the lane.
I don't know, but Jalen Brunson he's a short point guard, and the thing that kind of like turns me away is also that did you guys see in the Mavs vs Clippers series how they just didn't end up playing him in the rotation anymore towards the end of the series because he wasn't really helping them much. He's not a starting point guard caliber point guard, and that's what we should be looking for. We've had enough bench players be our starters. We need to start looking for starting caliber players, not bench players. That's our main need.
Right.
The only guy I see that fits. Go ahead, Sadiq. Sorry.
Who just joined? Yo, who just joined?
Who just joined?
I can't.
What's good, Kev?
That is the most disrespectful
Mariano Rivera.
Who just joined? The red. I need to be getting rose petals and red carpets. What is going on? What in the name of Fred and Barney is going on right now?
I'm gonna give you some tricks.
Yo, before you do that, Kev, man, let's get to Kaiser Sose with the $5 chata platter.
Salute. Back to back.
Talking about
three of
all
them.
These backup point guards and edge of retirement point guards are the Knicks incapable of drafting and developing our own players /
Amen. Amen. Why are we always looking for like these Chris Duhans, bro? It's like we love the Chris Duhans and Shane Dawkins. What in the world is going on? I mean, it's like so we had it's like at the small forward position. So Kelly Oubre can come in right away and provide us with roster and lineup flexibility, right? And we're like, I don't like Kelly Oubre. And the thing is Kelly Oubre an upgrade over Reggie Bullock? So it's like, do you want to? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't know. It's weird.
Hello, how is everyone doing this
evening? Go ahead, Kev. Let's
go ahead, closer. Go ahead, closer. It's all yours.
How is everyone doing this evening?
I'm muting myself.
I've missed you so much the last few days.
I can hear it in your voice.
I have been watching from afar recently, but I'm going to say this. I've heard a lot of ridiculous things on my show the last couple of nights. Ridiculous. And I sat here and I cringed at some of the stuff that I was hearing on the Knicks at Night podcast. And I thought to myself, I'm not the hero that Knicks at Night needs. No, how does it go? I'm not the hero that Knicks and Knights deserve, but I'm the hero.
It goes.
How does it go?
You're not the hero. You're not the hero that the city wants, but you're the hero that the city needs.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. I don't need this guy. No, I'm joking. That was a joke.
That is what I am. Because I obviously need to come in here and clean a lot of things up. Because
my God, is this dude
one Uncle Freezy is nothing but a giant. You know people that stand outside the store and they be having little signs like tax season here or pizza here or something. Uncle Freezy stands outside and he holds up a big sign and it says hypocritical. I am hypocritical because Uncle Freezy, I've been doing this. I've been rocking Uncle Freezy.
So you just called him Don King. You just basically call him Don King with the flags.
I've been sitting on Blorange tears of Uncle Freezy since December. Since this was it. I mean, we're still in like toddler, but this is when Knicks at Night was in his infancy stage. So I have an echo. And I've heard Uncle Freezy a million times. I'm double parked. I ain't got no more time. But then he sits here and gives us no plan whatsoever about getting better immediately, other than drafting players who aren't going to help us in the immediate future. I would be okay if drafting whoever, if they were going to help us in the immediate future. But I will guarantee this much.
Well, Kev.
I will guarantee that. Hold on, City.
What are we even talking about?
Y'all been rocking for 2 hours. I just got on here.
This is a question for you, and it develops into what you was talking about. So shout out to Our Future Gaming with the $5 chatter platter. Our Future Gaming says, salute Knicks family, late to the party here. Did y'all talk about these trade rumors about Miles Turner, since Indiana looks to be blowing it up? And I believe you were a person that likes Miles Turner, so this is for you to answer. And you telling me to hold on, City.
Listen, Our Future Gaming understands.
That was the right super shot at the right time. Awesome.
Miles Turner.
I don't know who Hoodie Kev likes more, man. Hoodie Kev either likes it's a toss up. Either he likes the way he likes Uncle Freezy or he likes Kevin Knox. But I think he likes both of them equally. Because either he's talking about Uncle Freezy or he's talking about Kevin Knox.
Can I answer Our Future Gaming question?
Hey, Evergreen G, what's good?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? What's going on? Glad to be here for the first time at 2:00 in the morning. I don't know how the hell y'all do it, but y'all
salute,
do it. So
doctor.
salute to y'all.
Salute. Okay, I'll try to answer Our Future Gaming. So there's a report from the general manager of the Indiana Pacers, who basically said that he has not been given the green light from his owner to blow things up. He says they can make minor moves, but he hasn't got the green light to blow things up. If it was up to him, he would. And this came straight from the horse's mouth. He would blow it up if it was up to him. But the owner has not given him the green light to do it. He says they'll make moves, but that does not mean that, I don't know if that means that Miles Turner will be available or Malcolm Brogdon will be available or TJ Warren will be available. They might want to give it a year to see what the team looks like with a full season of Karis LeVert. I still think they're a bottom fringe playoff team. Even healthy. They have Indiana Pacers have good pieces. Like, if you separated these pieces and put them elsewhere, they'd make these other teams look great. But together, it's like,
yeah, I heard part of that too. That they're not really thinking about blowing it up, like in the higher ups. I didn't hear about the part that he would be. I didn't hear that, but I did hear the other part that you said, that they're not really thinking about really blowing it up. But I do still think they're gonna, like they said, make minor moves or maybe trade Miles Turner. I think that's the main thing I see happening.
So it all depends. I mean, it could be Miles Turner, it could be Malcolm Brogdon. Depends on if they get blown away with something.
Yeah, isn't Malcolm Brogdon injury prone? Like, who Who wants him?
I don't think he's injury. What?
He's not really injury prone.
People
He just
have.
yeah,
Sorry,
people have different definitions of injury prone.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
I
like
missed one game.
I've
Injury
heard
prone.
Malcolm
Like,
Brogdon
what?
was injury prone, but people say that because his rookie year he was injured a lot. He was injured for most of his rookie year, but then he's only missed.
And he still won Rookie of the Year. He missed a
Yeah,
bunch
he
of
still
games.
won
He still won
over
Rookie of
Joel Embiid, right? I think it was over Joel Embiid. But what's it called? Let me get it so I don't mess myself up because I looked at this before.
Like, I missed 2 games. I'm injury prone now.
Yeah, he's missed like
We gotta stop this.
yeah, he's missed a good amount in his second year. In his rookie year, he played mostly every game. Third year, he missed probably like 18 games, and then the next year was a shortened season. He missed a few games, and then this season he missed like 16 games.
But y'all okay with bringing back the walking nagging injury, Alec Burks? Y'all okay with that? Who misses a legit 20 games a season? Y'all want to bring him back? Y'all want to bring back a 31-year-old who's had major neck and back surgery?
Wait. That was I didn't agree. That was
bring
City
him back.
for real. That's the guy on top of you.
Let's bring him
City
back.
for real.
I said yes. I
Let's-
said I would bring
let's
back
bring-
Bullock. Yes,
Let's
I did.
bring back a guy who's 6'11", and if the wind blows wrong, he might trip and hurt himself. Let's do that. Let's bring him back. We got nothing but injury-riddled players, and we want to bring all them back. But Lord forbid you want to bring in
All right, let me
somebody
ask
who's
you a question.
better than all of them.
Let me ask you a question. How many
Yes.
players in the league right now? How many players in the league right now have played all season long?
This season?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like
I think
14
like 11,
people.
like 11 or 12.
11 to 14.
I rest my case. I rest my
RJ
case
Barrett.
right there. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
say. I'm not gonna
RJ
say
Barrett
nothing further.
It was one of them.
I'm not gonna
RJ
say
Barrett.
nothing further. Not gonna say nothing further. That's all I wanted to say.
I mean,
So we can no. You know what? I'm finished. See, we can talk about these guys being hurt and missing games or whatever, but guess what? There's only a handful of players that has not missed any games throughout the whole season. So guess what? Injuries are gonna happen. It's a part of the game. Okay.
That's
come
also
on.
because I mean a good amount of people didn't play the whole season is because they had rest, for rest because they were good teams that didn't really need wins or they just had random days or like they had prior injuries.
Yeah, but we could look
where
at
they had left
last year too.
But Alec
We could
Burks
look
was
at last
legit
year,
injured
too.
a good amount this season. Noel was too, and Mitch
Yeah.
was injured. Yeah, I mean that is a fair point to say that they are injury prone because Alec Burks hurt especially in the beginning of the season when he was averaging 20 and then he got injured for a good minute and then came back being non-productive and then
So how
he
many
was
how many
productive
games
again.
how many games do you have to miss before we stamp you with the title of injury prone? What's the general
I'm
consensus
saying
on
this
that?
season he was injury prone. I'm not saying in his career.
That's what I'm saying. I get that. How many games would you say, a guy is injury prone? How many games would he have to miss out of? We'll just go with the normal season of 82. How many games would a player have to miss out of those 82 games before we, and I would say consecutively within a couple seasons because it's not really a fair assessment for us to be like a player's injury prone if he's only had one legitimate year of, injuries as the way we see it. So how many games and how many consecutive years does he have to have in order for someone to say he's an injury prone? Because Jeremy just said 25 to 30 games a year.
He missed 23. Yeah, he missed 23 this season. But I know
And it was only 72 games this season also. And
right.
And then you got to go back to Reggie Bullock was purchased with a broken neck, so it looks like it's like a sequence of a thing.
Yeah, but throughout his whole career, Alec Burks. I know he didn't always play, but he's always a journeyman. But he's really missed a lot of games.
Alec Burks is the definition of injury
He's
prone.
been traded, so it shows it like that. But But yeah, he's
even
been
if the years you can
injury
look at
prone.
it, he's still like okay. The year before last, he played 66 total games, right? 66. The year before that, when he played on like 8 teams, he played in 64 games. He has never played a full
but hold
season.
on. Were those like I don't know what stats you're looking at, if you're looking at any.
I'm not looking at stats. I'm looking at games played.
All right, but that's a stat, is it not? Is playing a game not a part of a stat? My point is if you're a journeyman and you're getting moved from like 3 years ago, he was a super journeyman, right? He played on like 4 different teams. They moved him around, right? Like, how many of those were DNPs? How many of those games were DNPs because
that's what I'm saying?
No, the year before last. Hold on, the year before last, he was in Golden State. They were horrible. He got traded to a playoff contender.
I
to
think it was
Philadelphia.
Yeah, to Philly.
So if you got traded to Philadelphia, you're not getting DNPs there.
Yeah, but they could have they made the trade for him to go to Philadelphia so that Golden State could make cap space.
No,
Like,
they
that
needed
wasn't-
a shooter in Philadelphia. That's why they traded for Alec Burks. Then
We're gonna do this the right way.
SB, you got SB, you got something
we're
planned
not gonna
out. Hey,
we're not gonna
Evergreen G, hold on.
pontificate.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey, SB, you got something playing in the background? 'Cause I gotta meet you because I think you had something playing.
My
in the
fault.
background.
Yeah. No, I'm at work. I'm at the station.
Oh,
at work.
okay.
What's good,
Yeah.
Okay.
What's good?
All right, my bad. Hey, my bad, Evergreen. I just want to make sure that it's straight. Hey, go ahead, man.
Nah, you good. I just wanna get this legitimate because in 2019, 2020, he played for 3 different teams. He went from Toronto to Golden State, from Golden State to Philly, and when he was with Philly, let me see how many games.
He didn't play Toronto. That means total.
That means total games in that season.
No.
With Golden State, then he played in Philadelphia.
Yeah, where it says TOT, that's the total.
Oh, okay.
games.
Copy.
Yeah, I was
copy.
confused.
I
just
was confused by that too. Yeah. All right. So let me see. Are y'all on Basketball Reference? Is that what y'all using? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So if you look on, let's see, games played. I'm pretty sure there's a games played stat here.
He played in 66 games. Now it's not the fact. Look at the minutes played. Because if he was getting DNPs, you wouldn't be a person averaging 29 minutes a game. And then when he went to Philadelphia, he was getting 20 minutes a game. But it doesn't seem like a person who was traded for salary cap just to sit down somewhere.
Which player y'all talking about? If y'all mind me asking.
Alec Burke.
No, I wouldn't say he was like.
I don't know, bro.
I wouldn't say he's injury
can we see
prone
if he got
season.
DNPs? Oh, that's what I want to see.
How you get DNP? You legit playing 20 minutes a game.
Hold on.
You are literally trying to have listen.
No, I'm
if
listen.
You lost the argument. Just say, you know what? I was wrong.
I'm not here to win or lose.
Kev.
I'm not here to win or lose. I'm
going
to. You can. No, I'm not here to win or lose. I simply asked the question.
No, but Evergreen, you could check. You could check when you click on the season. It says
that's not saying a lot.
That's what I'm doing. Because we could talk all of that, but
he did have a lot.
So can I add something?
I wouldn't say he's injury prone in his career, but I would say this season he was kind of injury prone.
Can I
Not
add
throughout his
something?
career.
Can I add something to the $2 super chatter platter from Haiti that says, I think Lonzo has proven he's injury prone. If we're going according to the 30-something games that people have been talking about in the chat, maybe he is.
Hey, look.
But
maybe he is.
But
yeah, he has been.
Is he an upgrade? Is he an upgrade for our
team? Do my team a favor and say he injury prone so he come to the Bulls, because the Knicks is the only team in the way. So please think he injury prone so he come to the Bulls. Yeah, he injury prone, y'all. Everybody just spread that in New York.
He actually is though. He actually is.
That's fine. Yeah, he is. He is for sure. Just spread that. I know the word to get through over here. So go ahead, let him know. Let him know in the front office. Don't do it.
Yeah, he's missed like 20.
Go get Schroeder.
Oh hell
Nah,
no.
No,
hey,
I don't want that,
hey,
dude.
so
I'm
so
sorry.
what so what
I'll
we'll do?
pass.
Hey, I tell you what we will do though. We'll do a sign and trade with y'all. We'll sign Derrick Rose and trade him to y'all for Kobe White.
Oh Jesus, man.
You sure
Nah,
you
you
want him? He
could
got a
do that
shoulder
by.
injury.
Nah, you could keep that, Freezy.
I'm saying you
You could
want nah.
keep
Y'all get
He's
Satoransky
he's out
though.
even during the season. He's
Yeah,
Freeze.
he
out
You
out
could
for
during
you
the
more
could
than
season.
a
He
you
got a
month.
could
shoulder
you could
injury.
keep that proposal by yourself in a corner.
Nah,
I'm not
nah,
getting. I'm
nah.
not signing and trading Derrick Rose. Are you crazy? No.
I mean,
Y'all
how are
better.
we
That was the
even? How
best
do you
player
even
this
sign?
playoffs. You better sign
He's
How
D
do
a
you even?
Rose.
he's
How
a
do you even
sign and
sign and
keep.
trade? How do you sign and trade him when you're supposed? He's unrestricted. How are you gonna sign and trade him? Derrick Rose. How are you gonna trade him? You can't trade him.
Y'all better keep
Yeah,
D
you can't.
Rose.
You can work out
No,
a sign
no.
and trade with free
Can you?
Yeah, you can.
agents.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, I
You can
didn't
You
know
work
just
that
out
have
was
to
a
have
thing.
something.
their consent to make it seem like to sign and trade.
I thought that was mostly for restricted free agents or like
Nah.
people
Only
that have
only
more
thing.
years forward
The
than.
only the primary difference between restricted and unrestricted is the fact that other teams can offer a higher contract. That's the only big difference between restricted and unrestricted. But if they're a free agent, you still have the opportunity to make a move with them once you sign them. Like their unrestricted their free agency matters until they get signed. So regardless of whether
Yeah.
they're restricted or unrestricted, it doesn't matter. Just the restriction
You're on your
comes
rookie
into play when
contract,
you
right?
have a team another team that's interested. You know what I mean? Like we look at years ago, in the Knicks days of later with the Jeremy Lin situation, right? He was a unrestricted free agent, right? So when we offered him a contract, we didn't even undersell him, but Houston, threw that bag at him and he had to take it. You see what I'm saying? Because we weren't gonna give him that money, so he had to take it. But whether he was unrestricted or not, once you have that guy on contract, like he belongs to you, and unless he has some type of player option, it's really the ball's in your court. You do what you want with him.
That's the only thing bad about it, like the couple of restricted free agents, because the teams can match the offer. So it's like, will the Knicks or even like my team, like the Bulls, will you pay a little bit extra to guarantee you to get Alonzo Ball to upgrade that position?
I
That's
would.
me. I'm muted when I'm done talking. That's me.
I would.
Yeah, and it's also like, does he want to be there? Are you really gonna sign him if he just doesn't want to play there? Like, what are you doing with that? Like, you already saw JJ Redick saying that he can't trust that organization. No one should. And then Josh Hart just said he wants to start somewhere new. And then you got Lonzo not being there. Like, bro, your organization's just not looking good at all. Like, if he doesn't want to be there and you're keeping him, that makes it look even worse. And why keep him? Why keep him when you should get, like, he does work with Zion. If he doesn't want to be there and someone is going to overpay, you might as well just sign and trade and try to get as much as you can. Because they
Yeah, they
should have
don't
done
like that
that at the
coach.
deadline. Should have done that. Yes, Steve Van Gundy. Yeah, he doesn't work with them. That he definitely doesn't work with them. That was a bad choice for them.
Wasn't they considering firing Van Gundy earlier on in the season, like before the trade deadline? They was considering moving on from him.
They said a lot of the teammates, a lot of the players don't really like him like that. Like, and he was like, you remember after the Knicks game, like he was like calling out like Zion and Eric Bledsoe for that defensive possession.
Oh yeah,
or Bullock. Like he was like, you don't really do that as a coach. Like, I don't know. I don't think they like him, and I still don't think that was a good idea getting him.
Hey, some coaches got their own way, man. Like,
Yeah, and it doesn't work for every team.
Yeah, not.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if you
know.
guys listen to No Chill podcast, but Gilbert Arenas was talking about his tenure with Van Gundy. He was like, that the dude is amazing, but he's kind of a cynical guy. So, you kind of have to. It's a personnel management thing. Like at the end of the day, the coach's caliber is really based off of how they manage people. It's not just the strategies they run, and you know what I mean. It's more or less, are these people willing to, what do they say, go through a brick wall for you, and that's based off of your personality and how you can relate and present yourself to the players. That goes without being said, though. A lot of people don't think about that, and they don't think about that. that attribute that a coach should have with being able to, you know, convince players to do certain things and highlight their skills and motivate them. Like that all comes to it. That all comes with it too, you know.
Right.
We need Kobe White. Sign and trade Derrick Rose for Kobe White.
Yeah, nah.
Freezy is literally the only one who wants Kobe White.
Yeah,
Literally the only. Nobody in Chicago wants Kobe White, but Uncle Freezy does.
Right.
No, we
Right.
ain't gonna say that. We don't
Right.
want him starting. He just got to come off the bench. That's it.
Right.
We want him.
So the thing is why would you turn down a 6'5", 195-pound point guard that averages 15 points, 4
Combo
rebounds, and 4 assists? He started at the point for y'all. Zach LaVine
He can't play point guard. That's his problem. He can't play point.
Right. But he started 54 games with Zach LaVine in the backcourt.
So what's your question? What's your question again?
You have a legit just had a Chicago Bulls fan who has intimate knowledge of his team tell you this player can't play point guard. Uncle Freezy's like, well, he started point guard.
Well, exactly.
Well, maybe he can't play
point
guard for that.
The thing about what
Nah,
Hoodie Kev is
Saturansky was
saying,
starting. He can't play point guard.
Hoodie Kev
Saturansky
says
was starting.
Hoodie Kev says that Kevin Knox is the future of the Knicks, and he's a Knicks fan. So we should just take every fan's word on what they say as gospel.
Nobody believes me though. I said that though. So I'm like the only one. So what are you getting at?
So you
Believe
two
me
are
when I tell you this.
You two are essentially canceling each other out, is what he's getting at. Y'all, y'all are canceling each other out. Nobody wants Kobe White and nobody wants Kevin Knox, except for Freezy and Hoodie Kev.
Clearly, I mean, at least, I can't even say anything about Kobe.
At least Kobe White
haven't really studied Kobe White.
At least Kobe White got better from his rookie year to his sophomore year.
No,
I like Kobe White.
You know what? We're not even going to go there because this is where the hypocrisy from Uncle Freezy comes
Okay, so would you rather have
go down that road?
Would you rather have Kobe White or Devontae Graham?
Kobe White.
You said Devontae Graham?
Devontae Graham, yeah.
Yeah. I like
Kobe White or Devontae
Would I
Graham.
rather have Kobe White or Kevin Knox?
Oh my God!
Kobe White, what type of question is that?
That's a trigger. That's a Kev trigger.
That's called a trolling question, and I'm not even going to really like.
That's a trigger question right there.
Like even answer that question because that was just ridiculous. That's like saying, I mean, this is a man who probably said he wanted RJ Barrett over Bradley. That's what Uncle Freezy does. But anyway, we can move on and talk about something else.
Real quick, I'll bring that up.
Freezy with the grenade.
With the grenade, that's what I meant. You threw a grenade on us and just dip on us.
I bring up Devontae Graham just because we had the Kobe White question and Devontae Graham, this season 14 points a game, 2.7 rebounds, 5.4 assists on 37% shooting, field goal 37.5 from 3 and 84.2 from the line, which gives him a total of 51%, right? But then you go on the Kobe White, and Kobe White 15.1, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, 41% shooting, 35.9% from 3, 90 from the free throw line, give him a total of 50.6. So what's the difference maker between them two? And the difference maker is essentially what they would demand on contract. Because if you look at Kobe White, right, you go to Kobe White's stat, and I mean his numbers, and he's making $7.4 million next 5.8 next year or this coming season, and 7.4 the following season. But then you go to Devontae Graham over at Charlotte. Hold on, let me grab Charlotte real quick. Yep, bingo. You go to Devontae Graham over at Charlotte, and he's on a whopping, he's a free agent this season.
He had a 31-point game against the Denver Nuggets a month ago.
So all I'm saying is yes, Kobe White gives you a little bit, tiny bit more, but Devontae Graham, $1.6 million last season, free agent. Like, why is he not a guy that's being considered?
I got a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Why are the majority of Knicks fans frugal with money that don't belong to them?
They love to touch. They love to talk about.
I have a different question. Why Knicks fans always knowing that point guard is their priority to address, always saying that we need to spend money at other positions?
Who's saying we need to spend money at other positions?
Yeah, aren't we talking about point guards right now?
No.
Oh wait, that's right. That's right. Kobe Wright's not a point guard. Okay.
No,
you're right.
You're
right,
Fuzi. No, Devontae Graham is not a point guard. He never plays point for Charlotte. He never played. He never. No, they played Lonzo Ball and Terry Rozier at point.
I didn't bring him up.
Devontae Graham don't play point guard for Charlotte. Even if he's listed as a point guard, he don't play on the ball. He's an off-the-ball scorer.
Everlast was the one that said
like Sean Westbrook. Like he's an undersized shooting guard. That's all he does. He's not even a combo guard. He's just an undersized dude that can score the basketball. He's an undersized two guard. That's it. He's not a facilitator. He don't break down defenses and create for others. The dude is a scorer. That's it.
So he's the Lonzo Trier.
If he was 6'8", he'd be a small forward. If he was 6'11", he'd be a power forward center. He don't have natural point guard skills. The only reason why we even talk about him in that point guard realm is because he's short. If he was 6'4", he'd be listed as shooting guard. The dude does not facilitate, create for others. That's why they drafted Lonzo Ball. Why would they draft Lonzo Ball and have Terry Rozier if Devontae Graham was a point guard? What team rolls out puts 3-point guards in a lineup?
Fair assessment. I mean, I'm looking at it, I'm like 6'1". He's got to be a point guard. He's listed as a point guard. But I guess you're right.
Evergreen.
I guess you're right.
Accountability.
What do you mean? I just said I guess he's right. What are you talking about? I'm looking at it right now.
Just say he's right by itself. When you say you guess, it's kind of like you're throwing the doubt. Like you're throwing a little bit of like agreement.
Because his title says otherwise.
Gotcha.
Right, it says 6'1", 195 pound point guard is what it says here.
He's PUBG.
That's what it says. It's but I get it. I can't say that I've watched enough Charlotte games to, I know he's out there in the South. I don't watch enough Charlotte games to be able to tell. I'm looking at what the numbers say.
They say, yeah, they killing me in the chat. They saying that Devontae Graham is a point guard. They saying that I'm way off. Maybe I am from the Charlotte games and I'll be watching on TV. You know what I'm saying? But this dude is not a facilitator.
Wait, Graham averages 7.5. Oh, wait, in 2019. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that 2019 season, the point guards were Devontae Graham and Malik Monk.
And Terry
Rozier. Right. It was those three.
Yeah.
Because Terry signed with them in what? 2018, right? Terry Rozier signed with them in 2018 when Boston didn't give him that contract.
Hey, so this dude, so I got Derek is backtracking like Scottie Pippen headline. Now he's saying that is not that he's not a pure PG, and that the take is off. It's got to be one or the other. If you say he's a point guard, then he's a point guard. But you can't say that he's a point guard, but he's not a point guard. I mean that now you.
Yeah, how many pure point guards are in the league? Like how many pure point guards? We'll see even starting caliber because we're looking for a starting point guard. How many pure point guards are in the league right now? Like like when I talk about pure point guard, I'm looking at like the quintessential setup guy, can shoot and can distribute the ball, but his primary job is distributing the ball. There's not many of them. There's not many of them. So this pure point, like this pure stuff, is really going to be attributed to the way the team plays. You know, the way the team plays is what determines the way that that player sets up the team's attributes is what's going to determine pure or not. So you take Chris Paul, yes, obviously. You say Kyle Lowry, yes, obviously. I would say LaMelo Ball is a pure point guard. You know, oh no, I wouldn't even say LaMelo Ball. No.
So if that's the case, why are we searching for a guy when we have Emmanuel quickly?
Why say that one more question? Say that question one more time. I'm sorry.
So based on what you're saying and what we're saying in the chat, like based on this. So I'm gonna put something up. So look, check this out. You see that comment, right? So if that is the case, why are we searching for a point guard when we can just play Emmanuel quickly at that position?
You're right.
Based on
I don't
comment
listen.
right here.
I don't mind going back into this season with quickly and Rose and Vildoza. Like I'm very interested in seeing what Vildoza can do. I mean, you know, they brought him here for a reason.
And he's Argentinian. I believe in Argentinians. They're pretty good, solid players.
So
and he has the FIBA. Sorry, my bad. Silver.
Nah, I mean, if they say we need a point guard and we partially addressed that issue, you know, I mean, anybody that we bring here it's gonna be a crapshoot regardless. Like, unless we're going after a 36, 37-year-old Chris Paul or 35-year-old Kyle Lowry. You know,
$45 million? No.
Right. The market is not really, the market doesn't really help us for us to be able to stay flexible, to be able to land your big fish. The bottom line is, you know, that question that Kev posed earlier, which was, why are Knicks fans frugal with money? You got to understand that championships are won off of cap and getting the best talent for the cheapest price.
That's a lie if I ever heard one.
Lord have mercy. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. No. Listen. It's all right.
Does not make
listen.
any sense whatsoever.
Listen.
Man,
I'm so glad I live by myself.
No. Listen.
Hey,
all right.
Hey, Evergreen G, he trying to pick a fight with you because he said the
no,
same thing
it's
the
okay.
other night.
It's
no,
okay.
I did not.
It's okay.
He said the same thing with the Spurs.
So I'm not gonna fight him. Right? I'm gonna let him.
No. Uncle, that was me and you having a conversation about something completely different. And actually, I was arguing about something. You brought that up. I'm
not gonna be able to get my point finished. I'm gonna let him gas out. Yeah. Go ahead, Kev.
It's already ridiculous. It started out ridiculous. It was gonna end ridiculous. I just kept you from
anybody say gas?
The complete ridiculousness.
I'm gonna let him gas out.
So here's the thing.
He's got to go to Wawa, and he's got to go to Wawa and get some gas.
Yeah, he needs some sugar.
The teams that compete for championships year in and year out,
there's a Sunoco down the block,
are not teams that are in the bottom half of salary.
The ending of this conversation is going to end
bottom half of salary.
Yeah.
Look it up. Look at it historically. Teams
he said that.
He's talking to the air. Like he's not talking to the crowd. He's not talking to us.
Shut up! Shut up!
Just let him go.
Yeah, just let him go, bro. Y'all are like,
y'all chill, man. Like, Kev. So
this is how it feels to be cut off.
Yeah. So what you said?
If I was saying something stupid, then yeah.
Well, no. What we were saying is what you said the other night is the same thing you said tonight. So you did say that what you just said the other tonight is what you said the other night about that one team. Okay, Kev. What you said the other night was teams that win championships are not usually in the bottom
That's
half of the
hilarious.
salary cap. Teams
I
that
said
are
that to you though. I didn't say that on air, so don't. I think you can read it. I said that to you. We were on the phone and we were talking, and I said that to you.
Kev,
I have never come on
Kev,
Knicks at Night and said that.
that's not what I said. Kev, that's not what I said. I said, Kev, the other night you said that teams that are in the bottom half usually don't win championships. That's what I said. But you just blurred by what I said just because you want to yell and scream and have a
That's what he
tantrum.
does.
You
When
said
he gets
you came on
when
here
Kev
and
gets
said this
jazz
the other night.
hands. When Kev gets the jazz hands, there's
I
no
take
like.
people for what they literally
There's
say.
no when he
And
gets
so if
jazz
Uncle
hands.
Freezy says,
There's no progress being made.
if
It's
Uncle
just jazz
Freezy
hands.
says, Hoodie
Don
Kev,
King.
you came on here the other night and said that. I said, no, I never came on here and said that.
They go to
I
jazz
said
hands.
that
Look,
to
he got the
you.
jazz finger.
So
Yo,
if
he
y'all are
gonna kill
done,
you, bro.
if y'all are done making idiotic statements and comments and things that make no sense whatsoever, I will continue with setting y'all straight.
Listen,
Here we go with me setting y'all straight.
You can't set
Teams
somebody straight when
Go
they
and look because it is in the records.
Go ahead.
Name a team.
He's the voice
Now
of
he's
treason.
trying not to do
Name a
jazz hands.
team
He's the
that
voice
was
of
in the
treason,
bottom
bro.
third
Voice of
in the
treason.
league in salary cap. Name one. One in the last 10 years. You can't.
See now, if I had the opportunity to finish my original point,
Clarify your point, Kev.
Can I-
You need to clarify because you just said
No,
name
no,
a
no,
team
well,
and
no,
wait a
no.
minute.
See, the issue.
The
No,
point
this
is,
is not this
you
is not the issue. The issue is Kev said name a team in the bottom half of the salary cap in the last 10 years. And what he meant to say was name a team in the bottom half of the salary cap in the last 10 years that won a championship. That's what he was trying to get to.
Right, and I'm cool with what he's saying, but the problem is that I never finished my point. Before I got to get to my point, he jumped down my
go
throat,
ahead with the point.
and now he's posing a new question.
I'm not posing anything.
Yeah, you okay?
I
So
know about what people
all right,
say.
Go ahead, brother. I didn't even finish saying it.
You didn't have to finish. You started it off that way.
Okay.
I stopped you before you could finish.
Go ahead, brother.
All right. So go ahead, finish your point.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So my point was when teams are built for the cheapest, the best teams are built with the cheapest amount of money that they've generated for the cheapest amount of talent, right? So I'm gonna give you a perfect example. The Toronto Raptors, when they won that championship, they didn't have a lot of money. They had a whole bunch of money on the books, and they made a big splash trade for Kawhi Leonard. That put them at the top of that salary cap for that season. But they built the entire foundation was built with the cheapest amount of talent, the best talent for the cheapest price. And they made splash moves and got Kawhi Leonard, right? So everyone's got, at the end of the day, everyone's got to spend that cap. They have to spend the cap, right? So what I'm saying is you get the best talent for the cheapest price. So you look at one of the players that they had on that team, right? What's the guy that they got from the G League? God damn it, what is the name of that dude from the G League that they got?
Who?
The power forward that they got from the G League that made big noise. Siakam, Pascal Siakam, right? He was on a super duper cheap contract, a two-way contract initially when they got him. The cheapest talent, the best talent for the cheapest price is my point. Another one, Fred VanVleet, right? Super talented guy, cheap price. So what I'm saying is yes, you can build your team and spend the cap, or you could end up like Philadelphia, who was, pretty much in basketball purgatory with the most amount of players. Over, they have 4 players that they were paying $30 million for, and they kept losing. Right? They had Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, and Al Horford that were all making, $29-30 million, and they weren't getting anywhere. So they had to make moves. They're not a championship team right now, right? So what I'm saying is you have to, when you're building a team, you're building the team with the most talent that you can get for the cheapest price. This way you leverage that talent. And when you leverage that talent, you're able to make a swap for a superstar player. high talent, cheap price, and then you leverage it and you flip it the other way.
Bro,
And now
you killed them.
Now you have the ability with that leverage to go and make your big splash. So now when I'm talking about where the position that we're at with the cap right now, right? That cap, we are well under it. And we have talented players such as Emmanuel Quickly, such as RJ Barrett, right? The highest paid player on the team right now is obviously Julius Randle at $19 million, and he's technically off a contract the following year. We still have the ability to sign him. We only have $59 million in cap space that we use out of 109. So my point is we're in a position to leverage all of that cap to get a superstar player. So when I'm talking about saying, hey, are we at a step right now where getting us a superstar point guard is going to make us a championship contending team? No, it's not. We're not at that position right now. So until then, you slowly climb that ladder of grabbing you some of the best talent at the cheapest price until you're able to take that and leverage it to get the best talent at the highest price that's going to put you over. That's what I'm talking about when I say the championship teams are built by leveraging that talent versus that price. So does that clarify, or is what I'm saying is
the answer? In the last 10 years, Kev, he says that the Raptors, which was 2 years ago, won. What's your answer, Kev?
He's wrong. And now let me clarify why he's wrong, and we could have saved ourselves about 2 minutes of time listening to false information.
Okay.
So the year that the Toronto Raptors won the NBA championship, they had the fourth highest salary in the NBA. The year before they won the championship, they had the 13th highest salary cap in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
The year before that, they had the 6th highest salary cap in the NBA. The year before that, they also had a top 10 highest paid salary cap in the NBA. So where are you coming from when you say they built something when they had one of the highest salary caps in the NBA?
What gave them the highest salary cap that year they won the championship? How did they get the fourth?
They didn't have it. They had the fourth. Before
okay, how did they?
Because they paid Kyle Lowry, who's still making $30 million.
And who else
got
a bag? Who else got the bag when they made the move? Who else? Why did they go from 15?
They had
Jonas listen. Why did they go from 15?
Who they paid 13th? So they went
why did they? Okay, why did they go?
2 years
why
before,
did they?
6.
Right. Why did they go from 13th to 4th in one season? Why did they go from 13th to 4th?
You're forgetting the fact they went from 6th to 13 to 4th.
To 4th.
And it's not even because of what they did. Have you thought that other teams spent money too? Did that ever register in your mind? Because the difference in their salary caps is
not going to answer the question.
$5 million difference.
You just got to let him gas out. He's not going to answer the question, guys.
You're wrong. Say you're wrong.
He's not going to answer the question.
The difference between 3 years ago and 2 years ago is $5 million. It was $108 million to
He's not going to answer the question now.
I'm answering your stupid ass question.
No.
You can't even understand it.
Look, he's going off.
And the other thing too is Pascal Siakam was not a G League sign, and he was a first round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Pascal Siakam was drafted in the first round.
All right, can I ask the question again? And you actually answer it? What was it that made them go from 14th, you said? 14th? 13th? 13th. Okay, 13th.
Love of Fred and Barney are we talking about
when they went from 13th to 4th in salary cap, what was the move that pushed them all the way to 4th?
It wasn't one move. Are you trying to make it seem like one move for two players that were making almost similar amounts of money? Is that what you're trying to insinuate?
Lord have mercy.
Is that what you're trying to insinuate? That getting Kawhi Leonard pushed him up? Just Kawhi Leonard.
Let's go. Let's do it. We're gonna look
back. But
I'm glad to say I was wrong.
He actually gave the example.
Please admit that you're wrong. Please admit that you're wrong.
But Kev, he also gave the example.
I'm waiting.
Oh my
Hold
God,
on, I'm not gonna say nothing else.
belligerent.
I'm not gonna say nothing else. He said, I'm wrong. I wasted everybody's time.
Let's go Toronto.
Hey, Hoodie Kev, stop yelling. You sound crazy.
Sound crazy for
No,
no
I
reason,
sound
bro.
like I'm right.
Yeah,
Kev,
but there's
you
no
sound
reason
crazy.
for you to like your neck to be popping out. Yo, chill, bro.
Oh man, let it. You gotta. That's why I say you gotta let when people do crazy stuff like that. You just gotta let them gas out.
No, I don't like to call names. It's just he's
I mean,
good.
I can
That's his
sit
passion.
here
Yeah, I know. I like his passion. I love it.
and say that you're wrong about something, or I could try to help you. But then you refuse my help and say,
I
no,
didn't refuse your
I'm
help.
gonna keep
I'm
going
asking you a
on
question.
this avenue of absurdity. Then what do you expect?
All right, Fred.
It's like driving with somebody saying you're going the wrong way.
Kyle Lowry.
I got
He
the
gave,
map
he
in
gave
my hand.
one thing I do agree, Kev, is that he gave
Montrose,
2 great points with Van Vliet and with Siakam because what's the name of their president, the African guy?
So let me get this straight. 2 people make up
That's
a
what
whole team. 2
Oh
people
my
make
God,
up a whole team.
but you said your question was who in the last 10 years, and he brought you a team that won the championship 2 years ago. So like
Who had
that
the
was like
fourth highest salary in NBA?
Kev, if you yell one more time, I'm gonna boot you out this chat.
you love to move the pole, like you know.
He's a
the
goalpost.
You don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
He's a
I
bitch.
was
Like you
just-
don't even know what you're talking about.
Peace.
Salary cap
Kev,
history.
yeah, because all we asking Hoodie Kev to do is just be respectful. Stop yelling at adults.
I can calm down and say, hey, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Thank you, man.
Inside voices. There you go.
Because literally, when they won the championship, they had the 4th highest paid salary. Regardless of how they got there, regardless of what they did, it was still the 4th highest paid salary.
Yes, because they
And-
did
and-
the
and that-
action
that-
that I'm
that-
talking about. The action that I'm talking about is they leveraged their price and they ended up getting up to the 4th. Yes. Where were they at before that? You said they were at the 13th. They leveraged their talent. They made a big trade. They got Kawhi Leonard. It put them up to the 4th. They won a championship. We're not at the position that Toronto was at in 2017. We're not at that position. So signing a big name point guard right now and spending a bunch of money right now is not necessary right now.
So the fact that they didn't have to sign Kawhi Leonard, Kyle Lowry, they didn't have to sign Mark Gasol.
Who was on the trade? I understand that.
They didn't have to sign.
What year did they
Jonas
sign, man?
Valanciunas or
they got
DeMar
rid of
Carroll
DeRozan. That
or
was basically
Serge
not
Ibaka.
spending money. That was basically using house money and then flipping it and getting Kawhi. So in reality, you're saying
it's not just Kawhi.
they didn't
What you
spend
realize
money on
is
Kawhi. Kawhi
still had
left right after that.
But that's what I'm talking about is the leveraging of the talent.
Yeah,
they leveraged the talent.
He likes
They
to
didn't
move
leverage the
posts
talent. They
because
traded 2 people. They traded 2 people.
Oh, okay.
They still had to pay everybody else.
If they would have kept those two people, would they still win a championship that season?
I don't know.
Of course they wouldn't. Of course they
Why
wouldn't.
wouldn't they?
Because they had the
Van
same
Vliet
team
was
for 4
undrafted,
years.
bro.
You're
Van
right. They
Vliet
had
was
the same
undrafted.
team. They had the same team that had just made it to the Eastern Conference Finals the year before. You're right.
Did they win a championship?
You're right. Like you act like they lost, but they were a first round. They didn't make the playoffs. A first round team. They had just made it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Hey, real quick.
So
in the chat,
why?
I just
So
want to
why
make
do we
sure
get? So
what
why
I'm
do we
saying
get?
is being
So why are we getting so
reciprocated.
we getting sidetracked by the point. The point made was a man said you got to spend money to win a championship. Is basically the point what my man was saying, and we're arguing the fact of how people spent money to win the championship, which is sidestepping the whole point in the first place. The point that was made was you have to spend money to win a championship. Is that what you say, Kat?
Yes.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. I agree with that. You got to spend money. But when you spend that money now, that would imply that we should be winning a championship right now. And our pieces that we have on a team right now aren't strong enough to do that. So it's a waste of money if you decide to spend this money now in attempts to win a championship right now. It's not going to happen with the players that we got. With the 6 players that we have right now on the team that are on contract, which is Julius Randle, Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Quickley, RJ Barrett, Mitchell Robinson, and your coveted Kevin Knox. Those players versus the money that we're going to spend is going to win us a championship.
Norvel Pell and the point guard are signed next year also.
Vildoza. So 8 players.
Yeah.
Those 8 players and a big name point guard and a bunch of journeyman free agents, that's going to get us a championship this season? No, we're not in a position. None of our players on this team right now are ready to compete at that level. We just got bumped out of the first round of the playoffs. Gentlemen's sweep. We're not at that point where we say, hey, let's leverage the money that we have and get the best talent and push us over the top this season. We did it off the skin of our teeth this season with journeymen. We're not at the point where we're gonna spend the money to get us a superstar.
What point that is going to be. If you don't go ahead and start the process, then you'll never get to that point.
The process is started right now.
Exactly.
In the
so
process.
if you don't do anything, you're going to regress. The object of the game is to move forward.
Shout out to the chat. You guys are killing it. The chat is hilarious right now.
Forward. You can't move backwards.
We're not moving backwards.
You are moving backwards because if you take steps to move backwards, that's what you're doing. If you don't take the necessary steps to get the requisite, if you know, okay, our talent level was not good.
This is where we got so that I can be worse. That's what
this is where we got with the limited talent that we had. Right? This is where we got. This is the point that we got. So if we upgrade the talent, then we can probably more because nothing is guaranteed. You can have the best talent in the world and lose in the first round. So nothing is guaranteed. I see number one.
What I learned about this is that, like, if you speak well enough English with no accent, you could get away with screaming at people, anything, because he has the eloquent English to just scream at you and sound like a boss. Go ahead, Kev. Go ahead, Dad.
If you are going to cut people off to say just dumb things, let me know. Please. Thank you.
Well, he's got to cut you off to do it because you don't let nobody talk.
I let plenty of people talk. They were on this show for 2.5 hours before I even came on.
It was just your show though.
All right.
I'll be honest, I completely like lost track this last
zoned out.
And so
it was ridiculous.
When Kev came in, we were talking about the free agents that we could trade in, and it became about Kev.
Like I was gone listening to that argument, and I was like so confused that it wasn't that deep. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Kev puts a 10 on the 2. That's what we say where I'm from. He puts a 10 on a 2. Like it wasn't that deep. My whole point in that was saying that now is not the time that we buy a superstar. Period.
Yeah, Kev,
that was my whole point in all of that.
Kev, you drown in a glass of water. Kev drowns in a glass of water.
All right.
Now is not the time to buy a superstar.
Yeah. Right. So we established that, but my man, what the man was saying, and what Evergreen was saying is with 2 points that were to me were accurate. Is just the fact that they were competing arguments, and they should have been. You know what I'm saying? Like what Evergreen was saying is his opinion. He like, in my opinion, if we go out and get Damian Lillard, we still not winning the championship.
Yeah,
that's the way. That's
top 8.
Yo, Elvis is funny.
Right. That's what I got from that. And what Kev is saying is, if you don't spend money, you're not going to win a championship. Because even when the Raptors traded for Kawhi Leonard, they still traded for Serge Ibaka and Marc Gasol after that, and they got key contributions from the draft picks that they were developing in the G League when they were with Fred VanVleet and Pascal Siakam. Because without Fred VanVleet, the Raptors don't win a championship. Fred VanVleet knocked down a whole bunch of clutch threes for Raptors.
And you know what's so crazy about this is that Kev is arguing to the point where he thinks that I'm opposing what he's saying, and I'm not. I agree that you have to spend money. Like that's obvious. I agree you got to spend money. Just not now. Like they got Serge Ibaka. They made the move for Serge Ibaka.
You're a victim.
No, I'm not.
We need to spend money if we really have to. If it's a player that we deem that is worth that money, and will help us get to a better level. Because I don't think we're becoming a championship team for probably two more years. Like
until Bronny James makes it to the Knicks.
We already skipped steps. We already skipped steps this year, and people from seeing this want to skip even more steps. Like if we don't get a superstar this offseason, it's not the craziest thing in the world. It's not the end of the world, but we just need to see the higher ups do something.
Yo, but Hadouken, out of everybody we talk, we rejected all of them. We didn't agree to not even one. Like,
listen,
like I want Dame Lillard. I don't.
All speculation.
De'Aaron Fox. Why? You know, I don't think he's coming here, obviously. But Lonzo, what about Lonzo? I like that kid.
I think Lonzo is in regards to everybody. Lonzo is the best general consensus, best talent available that won't hurt us physically, financially, that we will still be able to make a splash later on. Between honest, and a lot of people may not like this name for good reason, but between Lonzo Ball,
because you know he's gonna be asking for big dollars.
Yeah, but what? Okay, so if you're doing comparison, big dollars to the other point guards that are on the board, he's gonna demand at least half of that money.
Yeah,
but he's gonna make
17 million, right? So we'll say it a max.
He's gonna make the money though.
Million,
like,
right?
No, he wants 20. He wants 20.
Okay, that's fine. If we say 20,
that's not
fine.
bad. That's not a lot of money.
Would you again? That's if he says $20 million, like. I'm saying I'm willing to pay him 17. If he doesn't take 17, let him go to wherever he wants to go.
I have agreed. Right? $20 million in 2021 is not a lot of money, bro. $20 million is like paying $15 million right now in this market. Come on, and then you're gonna have a jersey that the last name is Ball, so of course it's gonna sell like hotcakes. So the kid is gonna make the money and quadruple it. Like.
That's not the point of
it. Is like, because if a player brings a lot of value.
No, the point is the cap. Yeah, because that uniform sale doesn't come to us. That goes to the league and to him.
Yeah, that's
an independent thing. What I'm saying is,
still, 20 million movie deals, everything's gonna be cool.
That doesn't come to us. That doesn't come to us.
Can we let Kev get his point in?
Yeah, he's got his hand raised. Let's
go, Kev.
Go ahead, Kev.
I think we missed a big part of what Uncle Freezy said. They were just glossed over, right? Because we said, or people said, we're not ready to trade for a superstar.
I said that.
So
I'll take that.
I'm going to harken back to what the Toronto scenario, right? And I'm going to say you something to Uncle Freezy. People forget this. The Toronto Raptors did not make one trade. Y'all do realize that they brought in 3 other starters. They brought in Marc Gasol, Serge Ibaka, and Kawhi.
Yes.
So people are like, "Oh, they just got Kawhi Leonard and won," and they forget that they brought in Serge Ibaka.
Nobody said that.
Too.
Nobody forgot that. But keep going.
But you're hardly like, "Oh, we're not ready to trade for a superstar." Like, if we traded for a superstar, that's legit the only thing that we would do. Like, we wouldn't do anything else.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Back to the conversation. Why are you bringing us back to the conversation?
That's the whole notion that people forget. Like, they think like we're not ready to trade for a superstar.
Okay,
and then they put it like that. Like the Knicks aren't like you can't make other things.
Tell him you want. Tell him he wants.
I see. No. I see what this is.
Let him go.
So the reason why he get way too much.
Yeah, the reason why he keep going back to it is because y'all won't be quiet and let people finish a point. If you let somebody finish their point, man, they can let you rock. Like we can legit sit and listen and let Evergreen D finish his point without interrupting. The dude is smart. Just be quiet and let him finish. And the same thing with Hoodie Kev and everybody else up here. Y'all got good points, man, but coming in and cutting people off does not make the conversation be better. All it does is rewind it back to a certain point.
He just rewinded it.
Go ahead,
So
Kev. Go ahead, Kev. You
but
got it.
that's the point that I'm trying to make. Even I'm just using Damian Lillard as an example. Even let's say you traded for Damian Lillard, right? Okay. Obviously, there's still 6-7 other spots that you need to fill. There's still salary cap and probably draft assets, and who knows what else you still have at your what's the word I'm looking for? Disposal. So it's not like that's the only move, and then we'll just be fine just getting Damian Lillard. There's still plenty of things the Knicks could do to turn this into a championship contender. Just because you make one move does not mean that that's it. You're done. The summer's over. Let's go ahead and get training camp started. There's plenty of things, cumulative things, the Knicks can do to turn this into a championship roster. Yes.
So there's a key thing you said there that you said it quickly and then you jump to the next thing, and the primary difference, because we're clearly drawing a comparison to the Toronto Raptors of 2017, 2018 and the Knicks right now. And the key thing you said was obviously they made 3 trades, right? But in order to make 3 trades, you got to have players on your team. Right now, we only have 8 players on our team out of a 15-man roster, 17-man roster when you count the two-way contracts, right? So when they made those trades, Toronto had a full roster, right? That makes a big difference when you're starting to do what I said earlier, which is leverage your talent. We didn't even have contracts to leverage at this point to be able to say, hey, we could get this big name superstar via a trade, right? The big name superstar that's in question right now is going to be a free agent. It's going to be either Kyle Lowry, who is available. It's going to be Kyle Lowry, Kawhi Leonard. We could potentially sign him. Who's the other one? The other God damn it.
Yeah, I guess.
That's still yeah. Chris Paul. Chris Paul, allegedly, who's opting out of that 44 mil, right? But that's going to be the first sign. Now we still have to spend money to get us, and we still have to spend the rest of the money, and everybody that's left over are all journeymen in free agency. I don't know if you've actually really looked, but outside of your superstars, I would say that the best free agent available is a guy that was injured last season, and that's Spencer Dinwiddie.
I'm going to, if I may, have a rebuttal to that. I'm going to do something I accuse Uncle Freezy of doing, and that's being hypocritical. I'm going to walk it back a little bit. The other night, a couple nights ago, I was on here with G-Man, I think Rob the Neg, and Uncle Freezy. And Uncle Freezy made a statement, and I did a hoodie Kev and argued it down. But now that I think about it, he was right. He's right. I'll put it like this. He's right in the argument that I'm about to make. Uncle Freezy has said the Knicks have more than 8 players under contract. Let's look at, and I'll say this by using. Can you mute when you're doing all this moving around?
Apologize.
The Knicks have, as Uncle Freezy says, over the next 3 years, 18 draft picks. Right? So look at these draft picks like collateral, like digital money. There's a difference between having hard money and digital money. Still money regardless, right? Because they're going to take up a roster spot. Case in point, the Boston Celtics got Evan Fournier and did not trade a live body. Think about that. They traded Evan Fournier or traded for Evan and did not give up a live body. Not even a first round. They didn't even trade the first. They traded 2 second-round picks and got Evan Fournier. So it's about being business savvy, right? It's about identifying who the sellers are, right? And we may not get a superstar. We may just get a bunch of good players. We may get this cumulative bunch of good players, right? I'll give you an example. And I'm not saying we're going to get this player. Steven Adams of the
Oklahoma City.
The Pelicans.
No, he's with Pelicans now. He's with Pelicans.
New Orleans. Do you think New Orleans would want a player back if they were trying to get rid of Steven Adams, or would it be fine if you say, "Hey, we'll give you 2 draft picks"?
They already said that for Eric Bledsoe and Steven Adams, they were going to give a 1st-round pick.
Exactly. How many 1st-round picks do we have over the next 3 years? 5. So would I be all right with giving 1 up for Steven Adams? I'm not saying. I'm just giving.
No, we're not giving 1 up. They're giving us 1.
Oh well, hey, that's even better. So
why would we give them a pick to get rid of their salary?
Okay. So the point is, so you take on his salary because we have the means to take on his salary. We might get a pick back, and we really probably don't even have to give up anyone. Literally, probably don't even have to give up anybody to get Steven Adams, a legit top 15 center in the league. Right? There's things you can do to acquire good talent and not have to give. You can probably give pennies to the dollar. And I'm just using this as an example. I'm not saying we're going to get Steven Adams.
Oops,
I'm just
here's
using
a
that
Shar.
as an example.
Here's a Shar.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Hadouken, how you like the background? Lit or what?
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wasn't Handicap talking?
I have no idea. He's teaching us the value of having a free agent or having a draft pick. So he's saying that draft pick is collateral, but that's just like his whole story. I wasn't paying attention.
So here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that.
Never mind, Kevin.
No. Here's the problem with that.
Can he finish?
I like.
Finish first?
Is he?
No,
Are you finished, Kev?
You go ahead. You can go ahead.
You finished?
You
Kev,
finished, Kev? You sure, Kev?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So you're talking about leveraging draft picks, which is dope, right? Leveraging draft picks to get a player. Steven Adams, for example, is still on contract for $17 million for the next 2 years.
Yes.
Right? So again, you're still spending money. You still have to pay that guy. So that the reason that I see what you're trying to, I see how you're trying to correlate the two. But even once you get him on a team, it's not like you got him on a team for a draft pick. Like you got him on a team for a draft pick and you're taking on his money. So you still have to leverage that money somehow to make.
No, this was not about money. This wasn't about money. You said we don't have enough players to give up in trades. I just said you can get people and not have to give up any live bodies.
Okay,
that was what I'm saying. I'm not. I didn't say anything about the salary.
That's a great example. You're right. You can do that, but again, that will be $17 million that you eat up in a center that you can have Mitchell Robinson pretty much do the same thing he does and pay him a lot less.
Mitchell Robinson cannot do the same things that Steven Adams can do.
I think he injured Mitchell.
And I say that because last night I watched Dwight Howard and Joel Embiid destroy Clint
Don't
Capella.
base things on one game.
You're right. I'll base it off of Joel Embiid had 39 points one game, 40 points another game, and then 27 points another game. So I won't base it off. And also he was a runner-up MVP. But I'm not going to base it off one game. Anyways.
So was Derrick Rose. So
I saw Joel Embiid.
Derrick Rose is a runner-up MVP.
Yeah, Derrick Rose.
He got the people's vote. The people's vote counts for more.
He wasn't runner-up. He was 9.
You just got to vote.
Triggering.
I know what he's trying to say though. Sorry, go ahead, Kev. Kev.
You know, the actual runner-up. You know.
Hoodie Kev, let me ask you this. And let me ask you this. So if point guard for everybody is so important, how come the top 2 finishers in the NBA MVP were centers?
You and I, we talked about this, and I had made a statement that I believe that the center position is going to make a comeback. And it kind of is because was it Houston? I say Houston. Houston a couple of years ago tried an experiment. And from a fan's perspective, it looked great. Like they were scoring 130 points a game. They was up and down. It was exciting. But in the grand scheme of things, Houston didn't win anything doing that. Right? They didn't win anything. You saw the Los Angeles Lakers last year go big and win a championship. You saw
Houston basically. So Kev, when you say these things, you got to explain your point. So the point you made was the Houston Rockets decided to go small ball, and it didn't work. That was your point, right? And so they traded, and the irony is they traded away their big to a team that needed a big, and that team got pronounced markedly better just by inserting that guy into their lineup as soon as he got healthy. So the Atlanta Hawks, who did not have a dominant big, was a rudderless team, basically, with a good point guard. And they were a team that couldn't make the playoffs. They insert Clint Capella, and then now they're a second-round playoff team.
Whoa, easy there.
Right.
There's a little bit more that happened there. Like they inserted Clint Capella, they were still bad, and they made a coach change, and that's when it changed. So there's a little more to it. So we can't gloss over that fact because there's a lot more to it than just one guy coming in and changing a franchise.
Right. And so to your point, which is a good one, the coach that came in said, "Hey man, stop chucking up all them threes. You guys on the perimeter, stop chucking up threes. We'll play pick and roll and attack the defense from the inside out. Attack them on the inside and then kick it out for three." And who was the inside player that they used? A big that Houston cast off and gave away. Right. So I mean, I understand what you're saying, but the new guy that they brought in understood that just pass the ball around on the perimeter is not going to win you any games. You have to use a big in order for your pick and roll to be effective.
Right.
So they moved John Collins out of that role and put Clint Capella in that role, and now the Atlanta Hawks are in the second round of the playoffs. Right, but to Hoodie Kev's point though, Houston traded away their big, and they turned into a grease fire. Now they may end up with the number one pick in the draft. Right, and all teams that basically there's a big man renaissance that's about to happen, and either you can be on the cutting edge of it, or you can be left behind. And for the Knicks for the last few years have been left behind in a lot of stuff because our mentality is we want to be like the 90s Knicks.
Yeah. Always going back.
But the funny thing about that is
no evolution.
The funny thing about it is the 90s Knicks were led by a all-time great big. That we're gonna just gloss over that fact.
That's a good point.
Anytime you talk about dynasty outside of Golden State, but every time you talk about a dynasty outside of this phenomenon that happened, I guarantee each one of those dynasties had a dominant big man. And the Jordan years. Even the Jordan years had Dennis Rodman, who's a Hall of Fame big man. Every single dynasty has had a big man.
The Heat with Shaquille O'Neal.
That wasn't really a dynasty.
He was washed back then.
Yeah, they just won one championship. That wasn't a dynasty. They won one championship, and then they got beat out of the first round the year after the championship, and then 2 years later they got LeBron.
So who was the big man for the Warriors? Iguodala?
No,
legit.
Zaza Pachulia. Zaza Pachulia was 1 year, and then
the Nutbreaker.
Wasn't Andrew Bogut?
Andrew Bogut was a starting center.
Oh yeah, Bogut. I forgot about Bogut.
Yeah, Zaza and Andrew Bogut. Yeah.
I legit just said, outside of Golden State in that phenomenon.
Yeah, that's the.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
No, he's right. He's right. Yeah, he's right. I mean, even if you want to go before that, I mean, would you consider Paul Gasol a dominant big man? during his
People
championship with the Lakers.
People sleep on how good Andrew Bynum and Pau Gasol were.
Right.
For those Lakers championships.
But it wasn't one of them wasn't dominant though. One of them wasn't like when we talk about dominant big man, we're talking about that in the paint force.
Damn, so
like
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Those two together made like one dominant.
I would say looking back at the two back-to-back Laker championships that they had, playoff Andrew Bynum was putting up like 25 points per game. I can look it up to be sure. I don't want to lie to you.
Yeah, let's do that. Those numbers sound crazy.
But he was doing some crazy things.
He was though. You're right. He definitely was.
And so you can't
even Lamar Odom, who was a crackhead.
He may not have had the sustained success, right? Because remember, he got traded to Philadelphia and was supposed to be the centerpiece for Philadelphia. But then injuries kind of caught up. So Andrew Bynum, hold on, where is it at? When they won the championship 9 and 10, let me look at playoff Bynum. Oh wow, I was way off. It was like 16 points. It seemed like more looking back on it. Wow.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I was getting at. Like when you had him and Gasol playing side by side, like there was some crazy powerful things that was going on between them two. But I agree with the statement of the bigs are coming back. It's evident. I agree with that statement. I just don't think it's gonna be the bigs of yesteryear, like the way the.
What really sucks though is that like Shaquille O'Neal, known for the most famous big guy in the NBA, he's a hater. Like he doesn't appreciate a lot of the European big guys. Like I think he undervalues a lot of those like Jokic, and he's been a Jokic hater this whole time. And I don't think he should be the one talking for big man, because when you have bigger big men in the NBA that have been done more than Shaq. Like what's the name of this guy with the Lakers?
You mean Kareem?
Kareem, yeah, I was thinking about his regular name, Alphonse. What is his name? His real name?
Let's just gloss over that.
Keep going.
Yeah,
keep
Kareem.
going,
I think Kareem is one of the big men. So like, I think that like a lot of big men now in the NBA, they're just bringing that type of style of big man, But Shaq thinks he's the only big man, and I don't like that from him.
I don't think that Shaq thinks that at all. And actually, Shaq just said to Jokic when he won the MVP, he was proud, and the fact that he is bringing the center position back to prominence.
Yeah, he's happy that bigs are actually like.
He literally just said it's like 2 days ago.
Yeah, he's been.
Yeah, because he won the award. But if you go back to just like how he talks about players,
he's listening to it. Yeah, he's listening to.
And
he
doesn't like Shaq. Shaq was just more of so Shaq was amazing, right? But then like Shaq didn't work as much as these guys nowadays. Like they working on their shooting skills compared to like he was a joke when it comes to 3-point shots or even a free throw. So I mean, he got carried a lot of times.
You do know that Shaquille O'Neal didn't have to do all that, right? Like the thing about it, he didn't have to do all that. I think he still had like 28,000 points.
Yo, if you played against, let's say you played against, you got any kids?
Who?
Hell no. I only got a German Shepherd.
All right. So say you were playing basketball against your German Shepherd, right? Are you gonna shoot jumpers from the 3-point line against your German Shepherd, or are you just gonna push him out of the way and stand under the court and lay the ball up and get you a more
I would do what's easiest. I would do what's easiest for sure.
All right, and that's Shaq's MO. Why do I need to train? I'm a freak athlete at 7 foot tall, 8,000 pounds. Like, I can run the floor.
Why? Because then you have the Hacker Shack, which was literally built for him, in which we just follow you, and then
the league was different then. The league's rules and everything was different then. Like, that stuff was that Hacker Shack was a good thing back then, you know. But my point is that, you know, just because you don't, like, Shaq was a bad shooter, but he had no reason to try to shoot. He had no reason to take mid-range jumpers. He had no reason to shoot threes. The game was different then. All he had needed to do was back you down and hook shot, lay the ball in, back you down, dunk on you. Like that. That's what he did. Right.
Why would you even want to shoot threes when you know you're so dominant in the paint? Like,
right.
Jokic is not predominantly dominant in the paint. Like,
but my whole thing is, I'm not trying to compare. My bad.
He has his little floaters, but he also has that fadeaway, whatever, his Dirk fadeaway, and then he has those threes he can make. And then Joel Embiid, I would say, is dominant in the paint. He can still shoot his mid ranges, but Shaq didn't have to do that. He was predominantly dominant, and he was a lot stronger than most of the people he was going against. So I don't know, it doesn't really correlate too much.
No, my point was not comparing them for sure. Like, I'm just talking about like the way he just thinks. Like, he's not the biggest big man. That's all I meant to say. He's not the biggest big man, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar should be the only one dictating, and talking about who's better than anybody. But Shaq doesn't hold that title. I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure that when you do as much as Shaquille O'Neal has done, it kind of gives him the right to kind of say some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's coming off as like for like the Twitter world. He's little by little he's losing his shine.
Let's go back to what we were talking about before.
All right. So what other free agent? The last one you guys mentioned was somebody said Christian Wood before, and I was looking at Christian Wood. He's not a free agent. Or not?
No, he just signed. He just signed that deal.
Kev was talking about. I don't know. He was talking about centers in general. And
yes, I do believe that getting. Yes, I said that Steven Adams. Because here's the thing. Outside of Brooklyn, the teams that you had to look out for is obviously Philadelphia, and matching up with Joel Embiid. Even Milwaukee has Brook Lopez and Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't know what Brooklyn's going to do next season, because they still have DeAndre Jordan, I think, under contract, but they're just wasting him. So to me, the way to the East is not going small. But I mean, don't get me wrong, having a dynamic point guard is important. But I think that we need a big man. And as much as I like Mitch, I've seen him go up against Joel Embiid, and it is not pretty. Because the thing about players like Mitch, right, and players like Capella, the lanky, athletic rim protectors, is when they go up against a play, and I hate it because Joel Embiid is such a unique specimen, and the fact that I think the East is going to go through Philadelphia. So what can we do to stop the main weapon in Philadelphia? Because Mitchell Robinson can't do it, right? He can't. And this isn't a knock about his overall game. It's just that he's a bad matchup for Embiid. To where I think, and not saying that Steven Adams is going to shut him down, but I think Steven Adams would present more challenges because of his bulk and size than what Mitchell. Like, I'll give you an example. The hardest matchup I saw Shaquille O'Neal have was what are you doing?
Oh, I'm trying to clean the screen because my mic is dirty. But
you know what?
Go ahead. Keep going. Hardest matchup, Shaquille O'Neal.
The hardest
He's
matchup
handy.
I saw Shaquille O'Neal have was Arvydas Sabonis. Y'all remember Arvydas Sabonis? Anybody?
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
So Sabonis
Yes.
was a big dude, right? Like I put it like this: when he came to America, he was a big dude, and Sabonis. There's a couple things that I remember about Sabonis that I thought was very unique. At the time, I had never saw. I think Sabonis might have been.
I know where you're going with this.
I'm trying to figure out.
I'll say it for you. Sabonis as a big man was one of the best passers.
No, not passers. He was the first one that I really ever saw like shoot threes. Was Arvydas Sabonis.
Okay.
And I was like, what is a dude that big doing out there shooting threes? And he was knocking them down to the point where Shaq had to come out of the paint to guard him. Because if you left Sabonis open, he was knocking it down. And I was just in awe. I was like, wow, Sabonis is knocking down threes. This is weird. I've never seen a center do this. This is bizarre to me. But defensively, even though Shaq probably still averaged like 30 points, Shaq had to work the hardest because of Sabonis' sheer size that he presented as well. It's not like he was up there because Dave Robinson couldn't guard Shaq to save his life. Right? Nothing. Dave Robinson was not guarding Shaq. But I think it surprised Shaquille O'Neal. And that's what I think that's what I think Steven Adams can do. Is I think Joel Embiid will still be good, but I don't think he'd be as dominant like he is against Clint Capella.
So you're right, dude. Sabonis shot 67% from three that season.
I'm telling you, it was crazy.
67% that 2000 season. So you're right.
I was like, what is it? He is leaving him. What is happening here?
Are we just gonna forget about Sam Perkins?
Sam Perkins
was good. But
I was gonna say his three hardest matchups. You could say Sabonis, but I mean he only averaged 10 points a game, so I'm not really worried about him. But I would say his three hardest matchups were Perkins, Olajuwon, and Yao Ming. Like Yao Ming gave Shaq the business for like 4 years straight. He gave that guy the business. So, the dominance of big man that is constantly referenced by Shaquille O'Neal is that presence in the paint. When the guys that actually destroyed Shaq were all guys that had good mid-range and foot movement. Not necessarily Sam Perkins, but the other two within Olajuwon and Ming. Those guys had good foot movement, and they were the foundation that the bigs have now between Tim Duncan, Yao Ming, not David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Yao Ming, and Olajuwon. That foundation that's laid is what the big man is today. It's not the big bruiser, knock you out of the way. You know what I mean? Like that style of basketball doesn't benefit anybody at this point in time because the rules are completely different. So
yeah.
So what needs to get homage paid to him is the foundation of the guys that can move in the mid range, good foot movement in the mid range at 6'11" and above. Those are the guys that we should be looking as the prototype of the best bigs. Yes, Shaq is a physical specimen like no other. We've never seen anybody like him before. I mean, maybe we would have had it with Greg Oden if he didn't hurt himself, and maybe we would have had it if Andrew Bynum would have developed. Hell,
Greg Oden, the man that looked 44 in my draft pick.
Or even Eddie Curry.
Eddie Curry, the guy that had weapons charges. Come on.
My point is that either way, even if we were given not the comparison, but even if we were to say oh yeah, what Shaq did, it translates into the league now. The rules changed.
No,
The
I don't
rules
think the
change. They
rules
don't.
change. There's a difference between saying the rules changed and the game changed. I think like look at Embiid and look what Embiid is doing. A lot of his points aren't coming from the perimeter. He is going right at Clint Capella. Like he's not. I mean, he might take a jump shot or two, but he's going at Capella, and Capella can't do anything to stop it. Right? The game hasn't changed. There's not that Shaquille O'Neal's don't come around often, right? Like they don't grow on trees, right? But you know what does grow on trees? 6'2" guards that can shoot. 6'4" guards that can shoot. Those grow on trees. But Shaquille O'Neal's and Joel Embiid's and Nikola Jokic's, they don't grow on trees. They are very rare to find people
It's like
of
a circus show.
size. People of that size that can move the. Because mind you, also again, think about this. Joel Embiid is basically playing on one leg. He just partially tore his MCL, and he's on one leg, putting up averaging 35 points a game against the Hawks. People like that don't come around. So
how tall is Capella? How tall is Capella? Capella's not
6'11". No, he's 6. I'll tell you right now.
He's probably 6'11". But like I said, the rules haven't changed. It's teams went with what they could find the easiest, right? They went with what they could find the easiest, and that are guards.
6'10", 240.
6'10". I think that's Joel Embiid got like a whole.
So guards are easier to find than big men, right? But when you find that big man, I think in the history of the NBA shows you it's easier to build around a dominant big man than it is around a guard.
And the career of big men, it always lasts longer at the end. You know, if you look at how a lot of the guys that the Warriors had were just guys that people didn't believe in them. Like names are coming out of my head right now, but like Dwight Howard, for example. They become journeymen. So they become journeymen. They become journeymen when.
Like, I understand what you're saying. It definitely is harder to find a very good big man, but that's also not main important need for us. I still think.
Okay, I'll ask this. I'll pose this question. And
by the way, great argument, Kev. I appreciate that argument.
Yeah. I'll make my assertion in the beginning too, because I don't want to play the semantics game. But I look at Mitchell Robinson, and I see all of the potential there, right? To be dominant. And the reason I say that is because I'm only going off of what I see, right? And I can't go off of what I haven't seen. And I have not seen him shoot. So because I have not seen him shoot, I don't know if he can't shoot. So my synopsis of him is there's potential for him to be a new type of center, right? A rim running guy that maybe we can train him to shoot, or maybe we can train him to take a few mid-range jumpers. I am willing to still sign Mitchell Robinson for 12 mil, 15 mil. Even at that price, you know that he can still develop into the prototypical center, at least, that we have right now, which is Steven Adams is making 17 mil, and we're talking about potentially signing him or getting him to come over from New Orleans for, their draft pick and do cap relief. I would rather look at a guy and say, I'll give you 15 mil. This is Mitchell Robinson. I'll give you 15 mil to stay with us in hopes that we can tap into a new skill that we haven't seen you do yet, as opposed to going back out on the open market and fighting to get another big in here. Is anybody else opposed to that?
Yes.
So you don't bring Mitch back?
I just think that I don't know if it's me just being old-fashioned or the fact that I probably just don't trust Mitch all that much, right? Because I think what Mitch is just what Mitch is. And I don't know if you can change that much in him. Like, he's basically going down the Clint Capella, Rudy Gobert road. I mean, there's nothing wrong
Well, how
with
can
that.
you determine that if he hasn't had the accurate coaching?
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that synopsis. I'm cool with that, saying that he's going down the he's going down the Clint Capella, Rudy Gobert road. Those dudes are Clint Capella. How much is he making right now? Hold on, I just had him up.
About 17 million.
Right.
17, 18 million.
Right. So I'm willing to pay a younger player Clint Capella money. Like,
not bad at all.
So are you considering Steven Adams old at 27, 28?
He's older than Mitchell Robinson, so yeah, in comparison, absolutely.
Like 5 years or more.
How about this? But would you think that Steven Adams Mitchell Robinson is better than Steven Adams?
I wouldn't say that, but I would agree with Andre Bryant.
Because
Andre Bryant says Steven Adams has skills in setting screens, something Mitch can't do.
No, he cannot.
So I think
that's why I said I agree with him.
Yeah, I agree. I think the setting screen stuff, that I think that's gonna come. Like, that's not like that's a basic prototypical big man. That's what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, so that's something that he will definitely get in his arsenal. Like, I'm talking about the stuff that's outside of the prototypical big, like the what you see your Jokic is doing now, what you see your Embiid's doing now. Like, that's the stuff that I'm looking forward to seeing if that's even there. But for all of the other stuff that bigs are supposed to do, with the exception of setting screens, Mitchell Robinson does everything else fairly well, and I think that will be more than deserving of $15 million.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you believe that? Okay, can you give the ball to Mitchell Robinson and say, "Go get me a basket"?
At this moment, no, because that's what I want. I'm willing to pay him $15 million to train him in hopes that he can at least
and we have KP, Kenny Payne, who actually has the experience of working with big men. So
yes,
why do we have KP if we're not going to use him for Mitchell?
So you want to pay a guy $15 million just to see if he can do that, but you don't want to spend $17 million on a player that you know can do that.
Well, what my trade-off is, Mitchell Robinson's defense is freakish. His defense is what I'm paying for is rim running and defense. That's what I'm spending my money on. Rim running and defense in the paint. That's what I'm paying for.
But
Steven Adams isn't giving you the same thing that Mitchell Robinson is giving you on a defensive end. He's not. Steven Adams is giving you the scoring. Steven Adams is giving you the screens, and he's giving you the rebounds, right? But Mitchell Robinson gives you the rebounds. Mitchell Robinson gives you the lob scoring. Mitchell Robinson gives you the blocks. I'm paying $15 million for the same amount of player output It's just placed in different areas. It's placed for Steven Adams and rebounds, setting screens, and setting
I
up
think the
players. You see what I'm
difference
saying?
is one-on-one defense against team defense. I don't think Mr. Robinson is a very good one-on-one defender.
I'm cool with that. I don't know what. I'm just showing what I see. When you take Mitchell Robinson out of that lineup, the defense changes. Period. Granted, Nerlens Noel helped out a lot, but Mitchell Robinson's value was highly coveted in his loss. Like we needed that guy. Period.
I'm calling me old fashioned, but I would just rather have like a bigger bodied center, because I think when it comes to like I've seen, even when Mitchell Robinson was healthy, bigger centers get the best of him. Right? They give him problems.
I could agree. Yeah, certainly.
I mean, that happened with Nerlens Noel too. But like I said, if you got a Steven Adams, I don't think Jonas Valanciunas is getting you 20 and 15.
I think, I like that too, like the Steven Adams like comparison. But I would much rather put that into younger, more raw talent. Like 5-year difference in the NBA is a huge difference.
You see, that I think is where there's a difference of mindsets, right? And it goes back to the earlier debate where Steven Adams isn't a superstar, right? He's not a superstar, but you're paying to get better talent. You're paying to get. If you bring in, people have a misconception that the team is built one way. But if you bring in different players, then the team will operate in a different way, right? Like, we ran the ball through Julius Randle, that's our offense. But if you brought in a point guard, like a true point guard, the team would obviously run in a different way. It doesn't mean it would be any worse or any better per se, or you would hope that it's better. It would just be a different way that this operated. And people, they look at this season and now bring this up and they say, oh, it's such a great season. It's a dream season. It worked so well, right? But shouldn't you, like I said, the only thing with me is, okay, I want better. And sometimes better is different. And that's been my argument for the longest, is maybe that better is just different. It doesn't mean it's going to be any worse. If you get offensive production, not the same type of defensive production from Steven Adams and Mitchell Robinson, but you feel like it's an upgrade, then go with the upgrade, even if you had to spend money. Because with anything in life, if you want an upgrade in something, you're going to have to spend money for it. And you make the upgraded moves by that pay. Like a case in point, the Toronto Raptors had to have accumulation of players to make the big trades later on that got them to the championship. So it would behoove the Knicks to make moves and trades to set up a better foundation. So even if you're not winning a championship next year, they have the opportunity to move forward when another fish comes open 3-4 years from now. Like, if the Knicks go to the second round, to the conference championship, to the conference championship again, I'm okay with that. But if we're a first round, barely made the playoffs, bottom half of the NBA, that's not progress. That's not something we should be happy about. Progress is taking those next steps. And right now is What are we going to do to take the next steps to not be a first-round exit team?
Run it back.
Huh?
Run it back.
You heard him. He said run it back.
So I say, what do we do to not be a first-round exit team? And you want to do the same thing that made us a first-round exit team?
Well, have you ever heard of a thing that sometimes you, how do you say it? Sometimes
Internal
you get down
improvement.
from your mistakes.
Or you
Yeah.
you
Internal
run it back
improvement.
with the guys you have. Internal improvement. Like if Kevin Knox takes this step, like you mentioned,
Oh my
then
God.
the team will be better. If RJ Barrett gets better, like superstar two guards do from year 2 to 3, then running it back doesn't mean that you get the same result.
Yeah, because running it back could mean that we play the Boston Celtics in the first round. You know what I mean? Which that outcome would have been different. Running it back could mean so much. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Is the phrase that most people use in situations like this. But
in this situation, you got to put some boost in your car. You got to change the oil. You got to do a lot of.
you got to ride. You can ride
Pump
with
it
a
up.
donut. You can ride with a
Or
donut
you
and still
can-
where you got to go. You know what I mean? Like, and you can still accomplish the same. Like, if they decided to, you know what, we're gonna figure out how to make all this stuff work contractually, and everybody came back, I still wouldn't be mad. Just because we already skipped a step.
Be careful when you say everybody. I don't want everybody back.
I think are we all under the same impression that Peyton's got to go before we go?
Well, you don't have to discuss that. He's gone already. We don't even talk about him. Don't even mention his name, his initials. Don't even talk about him. The discussion is mostly Derrick Rose, Taj Gibson, and I'll say Nerlens Noel. The other ones are not discussion. Reggie Bullock should go. EP should go. I don't know about T.O. Pinson, but what was the other one that should go? Reggie
Alec
Bullock. Alec Burks, he could go.
He outplayed his contract. He's got to go.
He's gone. But Nerlens Noel, he gave me enough power to be like, you know what, Nerlens? You gave, like, I cannot go in the playoff and say, yo, you downperformed. No, Nerlens, you didn't have no help. You didn't have no backup. It was just you with an injured foot, and you still went out there and competed. So Nerlens deserves to be here. Now, Reggie, I'm not doing Reggie again. That was terrible to have Reggie.
Run it back.
With Reggie?
Run it back.
With Reggie?
Run it back.
Are you smoking with Reggie? Oh my God, no.
Run it back.
No, I disagree. No.
Run it back.
I don't like Reggie Bullock.
Run it back. Because
That
you
makes
get
no
a
sense
healthy.
whatsoever.
All right.
Well,
Alec Burks also running back?
Run it back.
No,
Right.
come on. No.
So the reason why running it back makes
run it back.
The
back.
reason why
Kev,
run
it back.
Go ahead.
Jesus.
Run it back because run it back because for one, Mitchell Robinson missed the majority of the season.
There you go.
Run it back with the help with a healthy Mitchell Robinson. Run it back. Run it back with a bionic Kevin Knox. Right? A full offseason for Tibbs to tear down Kevin Knox and build him back up. Then you get a new and improved Kevin Knox, rebuilt like the $6 million man.
Stop trolling with the Kevin Knox.
Run it back with RJ Barrett taking the next step of the superstar shooting guard evolution, like DeMar DeRozan, like Zach LaVine, like Bradley Beal, like Devin Booker, and like all the superstar two guards in that same vein. RJ Barrett should average 21, 22 points per game next year.
I can't with this guy.
Run it back.
I can't. I'm sorry.
Run it back. And so what happens is just because you run it back with the same guys don't mean everybody will be in the same role. So you run it back this year. Kevin Knox is the starter, and Reggie Bullock comes off the bench.
Jesus Christ!
I don't understand why that's okay. All right, right. So if you run it back with Mitch as the starter, and instead of Taj Gibson, are you still a first round exit team?
Yeah.
Depend. I think that was matchup based, man. That. Listen, we anybody that was like, I guarantee us getting out of the first round with Atlanta really wasn't paying attention. All right, they just weren't. Like, it wasn't a first round, and I like how he just came in and jumped off. I think, does he do that often?
Who?
Says something crazy and then jumps off.
He's right there.
Is that him in the top right hand corner? Oh, okay, no, I thought that was Wilson. All right. So anybody that says that we were just gonna, waltz our way through Atlanta was bogus. Like, game one, yes, we did sweep Atlanta, but game one we beat them, by a large margin. Game two was close, but it was their first game with Nate. And then game three, we beat them, and we barely beat them. We only beat them because of Trae Young got injured in the third quarter, and they were on a nice little run before that injury. So that was, aside from us being scared of the Miami matchup and us being scared of the Boston matchup before Jaylen
I gotta
Brown.
stop you. Wait, hold on, Evergreen. I'm gonna just say this real quick. We ain't never scared, or at least my peoples, my chat family, my Knicks fans. We ain't never scared. We ain't never scared. Ain't no such thing as being scared, bro. We ain't scared. That's all I want to say. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. The best matchup that we had out of the whole entire series might have been Boston, but that was just due to, the Jaylen Brown injury, which nobody saw that coming. Two players colliding, and then everyone was, who do we get? Who do we get? We know we didn't want Miami because they swept us very easily. And if anybody was really paying attention, like, yes, we beat Atlanta, but they were under reconstruction. And then when they were constructed, we beat them because one of their players got hurt, right? Their primary player that cooked us got hurt. So running it back doesn't sound bad, just because we don't know if we're going to be playing against Atlanta. Hell, with the way that Atlanta is fighting against Philly, like, who knows, next season they might be the top 3, top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. We might get number 6. Like, we just don't know. So running it back doesn't sound bad on a fiscal level, assuming that we can keep the same, we can re-sign with the same type of contracts. And it would I think that running it back would give us the opportunity to really evaluate accurately what positions we can really, really attack and spend good money on, which is what I was talking about regarding leveraging the player's talent versus the cheaper end of the contracts. Like, we could take a person like Emmanuel Quickly and flip him for a superstar point guard. We can take a player like, a lot of people aren't going to like this, but we can take a player like RJ Barrett and flip him for something, for something amazing, right? We can leverage that talent. I think running it back is not a bad idea at all. I don't mind running it back.
Running it back will not work. It will not work at all. For several reasons why, but it's just, you've seen. Here's the thing, and this is a very unpopular take, but it is what it is. I am under the notion that Julius Randle, in order for this team to progress, in order for the New York Knicks to be title contenders, we need to do to Julius Randle what the Toronto Raptors did and did not do with DeMar DeRozan. Right? The Toronto Raptors had 4, 5, 6 years where they evolved with DeMar DeRozan, right? And they got to a point where they was like, you know what? In order for us to really, really take that next step, we need to change how we do that. And in order for us to change how we do that, we had to change the lead singer. And so they traded the franchise's all-time leading scorer for Kawhi Leonard, and it won them a championship. There was other mitigating factors that happened, right? The New York Knicks need to, this is my opinion, my personal opinion, have to look at themselves hard in the mirror and say, how far can we go with a Julius Randle?
No. I saw this coming from a mile away. No, you are not going to trade Julius Randle so Kevin Knox can be the man.
This is not about every time I bring this up, he talks about Kevin Knox, right? Because he wants to throw the argument
Julius Randle
to
for
make
the
it look like that.
So Kevin Knox.
This isn't about Kevin Knox, and I've said this a million times, and I really hate when he does it. This is not about Kevin Knox at all. I say this because you believe that Obi Toppin can be special. Like if you believe Obi Toppin can be special, then you trade Julius Randle.
No,
can Obi Toppin be special with Julius Randle?
No.
He looked pretty special to me.
By getting like 6, 7 points?
That was special. That was a matter of playing time. That was a matter of playing time. That's easy to overcome. Hey, Tom.
But were they good points? Were they good points when it happened?
Regardless of, there was still like limited amounts of them.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. This muffin was good, but it's a muffin, right? Like, oh man, this mini muffin was delicious.
But if it was a cake, would it still be good?
If it was a cake, it'd be different. But guess what? It wasn't. It was a mini muffin.
I guess if it was a,
I wish I had a cake,
but I'm not.
I had a mini muffin.
I'm not moving Julius Randle. I would rather take their minutes and give him less and Toppin more. I think they can coexist. They play two different styles of power forward basketball.
They can't coexist. Different. That's the thing about it.
One of them runs and slashes. The other one puts his back to the basket. And
because here's the thing: if you're going to play Obi Toppin, right? If you're going to play Obi Toppin, and you want Obi Toppin at his best, you have to change the entire style in which your team runs his offense.
Nah, it's not true.
Yes, because Obi Toppin thrives in the open court, in full court, in a fast-paced tempo. That is when you get the best of Obi Toppin.
So do we have
Julius Randle? Julius Randle is not at his best. Does not function at his best when he's in that type of offensive system.
Is Julius Randle on the floor at the same time as Obi Toppin?
No, I didn't see it till like the last playoff game of the season. I'm pretty sure they might have had like a few minutes.
Okay, so who's
a handful of minutes?
Who's Julius Randle? Who's Obi Toppin on the floor with when he's playing his best basketball? His running up and down the floor basketball.
Derrick Rose.
Oh, okay. So Derrick Rose is the outlier there, not Julius Randle. Julius Randle was not on the floor with Obi Toppin.
But Julius Randle has been on the floor with Derrick Rose.
Right.
And was that up and down?
Well, Derrick Rose has the ability to do both. So, no, it wasn't. When he's on the floor with Derrick Rose, he's not running up and down because Derrick Rose isn't pushing the pace. Because Derrick Rose is a smart, heady point guard that knows how to run a team, and he's shown that.
Oh, no. So, keep going. Why wasn't he pushing the pace?
Because Julius Randle can't push the pace.
So it's not Derrick Rose. The outlier It's Julius Randle.
Right, but what I'm saying is Julius Randle is not affecting Obi Toppin.
Affecting Obi Toppin.
Julius Randle's playing time is what's affecting Obi Toppin, not Julius Randle's play style, because his play style doesn't affect them because they're not on the floor at the same time.
But you just said play them together.
No, I did not. I never said
play
that.
them together.
No, I said take their minutes and supplement them. I said they can exist on a team together. You play Julius Randle less minutes, and you play Obi Toppin more minutes. They can exist on a team together. Less minutes. I would take 7 minutes away from Julius Randle and give those 7 to Obi Toppin. Now Obi Toppin is playing 14 minutes a game.
So you're gonna get the best Obi Toppin in 14 minutes.
You got to start from somewhere. Clearly, they did something with it earlier on in the season. They did something with it. He was getting 6 minutes a game in the beginning of the season, and they held him back for a reason to slowly bring him up, and his progress showed towards the end of the season. So
we can get the roadblock out the way and just have him play 28 to 30 minutes.
Nah. I'm good. You don't. That's not a $19 million in a player like that is not a roadblock. Obi Toppin's making like $6 million. That's not a roadblock with Julius Randle at 19 as of right now. No, I'm not flipping that guy. Flipping that guy.
Did you know that the Golden State Warriors had a all-star power forward and a young drafted power forward that they had? And
yes. Yeah, David Lee and Draymond Green. We know that.
No. So they had an all-star power forward and a young up-and-coming power forward. And what did they do? Oh, I forgot. Right. They traded the all-star power forward to make room for the up-and-coming power forward.
But it doesn't matter what they did. It matters what we
did.
did.
Kev, what was the age difference between those power forwards?
Between David Lee and
Draymond Green, yeah.
I can look it up. Give me 1 second.
All right.
How many years did David Lee play after that move?
Yeah, and so the thing is Draymond Green was 22, 23, and David Lee was 29, 30. You know what I'm saying? In our
after
situation,
the move, he played 2 more years.
Yeah. In our situation, we have 2 power forwards that are around the same age, where Julius is 26, going to be 27, and Obi is 23. So the age difference is a little bit different.
Literally, he played 2 more years. They moved him from Golden State in 2015. He got traded to Boston in 2016, and then from Boston, he signed with San Antonio, and then he was out the league.
Yeah.
So I think that while I understand your argument, it's there's more to it than just the guy was better. It's just the guy was better and he was younger.
Right.
And we need to move on from this contract.
So in 2012, 2013, he was 29, made the All-Star team.
Yes.
29 made the All-Star team. Hold on, my screen kind of messed up.
And Draymond Green the same year. Okay.
So he went from 18 points a game in a 2012
the next year,
season. 2013, 18 points a game, and then 2014 he dropped down to 7.9 points a game.
Well, no, but the thing is the age difference though.
Right.
And
that's the outlier. Definitely is. He went from 33 minutes a game, which is really you're getting the same amount of quote unquote production out of him based off of the time on the floor, because he was averaging 36.8 minutes a game at 18 points a game, and then he went down to 33.2 minutes a game at 18 points a game, and then he went to 18 minutes a game to 7.9 points a game, half the playing time, half the points. It was the same production. So if you're going to get that same amount of production with him on 2015 and 2016, and you have a younger guy that you just drafted, like, you got to move on from that guy. You got to move on from him. Only for him to go over to Boston under the same production. I mean, the same time that he was getting damn near at Boston, same production at 7 points a game. Then at Dallas, same production at 8.5 points a game. Then at San Antonio, same production, 7.3 points a game. Right, so it's there. The writing was on the wall with the age. It just so happened that David Lee ran into a brick wall with Golden State with his age, and Golden State realized that it made sense fiscally to move on from him, and it made sense on the development level to move on from him to allow Draymond Green to come up. So the argument's there on face value, but when you start looking at the statistics and you start looking at what was going on fiscally, they had to move on from David Lee. Keeping him was going to be a blunder to the team.
And on the floor, you didn't need David Lee's offense as much as you needed Draymond Green's defense and playmaking ability.
Facts. We know David Lee very well.
Yeah. So we I like David Lee, but Draymond Green, it was his time.
You're muted, brother. You can't hear you.
Oh, all I'm saying is, and I'm gonna make this because it's 4:00 in the morning and I'm about to go to sleep. Is
it's 4?
I just don't see how you can get the best Obi Toppin playing with or behind Julius Randle.
I'm not sure if the best Obi Toppin. I get what you're saying. I'm just not sure if the best Obi Toppin is ready to be displayed yet. Because we still argue about whether Obi Toppin is a 3 or a 4.
But why do we always say that? Can I ask a question? Why do we always say that when we see time and time again? And I just want to say players in general, right? Playing behind other players, right? And then they emerge to come up to be something special, right? Right, we see it time and time again, right? Where a player, they come off the bench, and I'm not trying to throw in any positions. I'm just saying, time and time again, we see it, right? You got a superstar player, and you got another player that just, comes off the bench and does his thing, right? And eventually they turn out to be a budding star, and then they turn into whatever it is that they turn into.
It's City. I'm glad you brought that up. You know what player did that quite well, actually? Julius Randle. He was playing behind Anthony Davis in New Orleans, and was still giving you damn good production. Damn good production when Anthony Davis was healthy.
We question it, and although to Obi's matter, and I'm not saying I'm not saying that that's what's gonna happen, but what I'm saying is these are the potentials that can happen. If you catch my drift, these are the potentials that can happen. So we don't need to sit here and talk about well, if he gets, forget about however many minutes he gets. All right, let's just look at his production and what he's gonna step into. And I get it; it's his first year. Let's just see what happens. Let's roll with it, because that's the only thing. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that we can do is roll with it.
And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't Julius Randle a starter in LA?
Yeah, of course he was. They had.
So he was a starter, and it went.
Who they have over there?
No, what I'm saying is, it wasn't like he was a backup for years. He was only a backup for one. He was a starter, then had one season as a backup,
right?
By choice,
right?
Because he signed with them, so he
no. But it wasn't by choice. He did sign with them. You're right. Yeah. He did sign with them, but the Lakers wanted to move on from him.
I'm saying he probably could have went other places and been a starter. So he chose to go and be Anthony Davis's backup.
Whether he chose to or not I think that's pretty irrelevant. You're the starter or you're not. You're the backup or you're not.
Yeah. And I'm saying he chose to be in that role.
Right.
He knew what he was walking into.
Right. So he was still the backup though, whether he chose it or not. He's still the
The
backup.
other is he came in as a starter.
Yeah, but the comparable players that you're looking at, that he didn't have any competition in LA.
But
Like,
here's
he
the
was a
funny
starter,
thing.
yes. He was a starter. That's a great logical point. But he wasn't giving you legitimate starter production in LA.
What is starter production?
What I'm saying is he was nowhere near the player he is now.
Like he
was nowhere near the player he was in New Orleans when he popped after the Anthony Davis injury when he was in LA.
So you have to put up all-star numbers to be a starter?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yo, Kev, you already know you're.
He knows what I'm trying to say. He's moving the goalposts.
Because you saying he wasn't giving you. If Julius Randle was giving you 13 and 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
You say, okay, those are pretty good numbers for an average, okay starter,
right? Yes,
because that's what he was doing. He was giving you decent starter numbers for your regular old. A run-of-the-mill player could have got you 13 and 8, starting on a regular old team, and that's what he was doing. And then he progressed. See, the thing about what Obi Toppin is, you said we don't know, is you don't know until you put him out there.
So I have a question for you.
Time is the only judge.
Right, more time.
It could be. It doesn't have to be more.
Right now,
time.
what's Obi Toppin's production right now? Let's pull him up real quick because you're actually making my point for me. But all right. So Obi Toppin's production right now. Let's see. Obi Toppin he's averaging 4.1 points a game on 11 minutes. So if you gave him 10 more minutes a game, we'll say that, right? We could say he'll give you eight more. He'll give you 8 points, right?
No.
8 points. If he's making 11 minutes a game right now, if you gave him 20 minutes a game, could he give you 8.2 points a game?
See, when you look at stuff, sometimes it is very skewed, right? Because there's plenty of times we've seen Obi Toppin on the court and miss a defensive assignment and get yanked, right? Not come back in the game. That counts against his points per game because he got yanked because of not anything else, because of that. So he said, oh, he only scored 4 points. That's against taking into account the entire body of what he did.
Yeah,
so that's unfair to say, oh, if you double it, it'll just double the points. The circumstances also will change, because that means if you're doubling his minutes, that means he's doing something to stay on the court. To whereas in the past, he wasn't doing anything, so his production wasn't there.
Bodega Wi-Fi said, prime example of moving the goalposts. I'm not talking about what he does on defensive assignments that gets him pulled off the floor. I'm just saying, if he's got more time, does more time equal more production? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes.
In this case, in the case of Obi Toppin, and also in the case of Julius Randle, more time means more production. Right? It's simple. More time gives you more production. Yes, he was wet behind the ears. You got to remember, when he played with LA, his very first game, second drive of the game, right hand layup, lands on his ankle wrong, breaks his foot again. All right. So he's out for a whole year. Then he comes back and he plays out his last 2 years playing pretty well. Now he goes to another team because the Lakers want to move on from him. I mean, I literally made a song about this. Oh, by the way, shameless plug. The Big 15
you want to hear
EP,
it? Here it
the
goes.
Big 15 EP dropped yesterday, by the way. Well, what are we at? Yeah, Big 15 EP dropped yesterday for all the people listening. Go stream it on all streaming platforms. Anyway, so now he goes to New Orleans, right? And he's playing off the bench from the perennial all-star in Anthony Davis, probably the best power forward center combo in the league at that point in time, right? he's playing off the bench for him. And he's doing pretty damn well because he had some time to develop. He wasn't getting super long minutes, but he had time to develop. And his opportunity came when Anthony Davis got injured, and he took off and had a couple 30-point games and a 44-point game where he put the hurting on Enes Kanter when Enes Kanter was playing for Boston. I think like he did well, but that level of time sitting on the bench to be able to sit down and analyze the game on the outside world so that you can see what other players are doing, like that stuff is not to be taken lightly, right? So I would agree that at some point in time you move on from Julius Randle, but not now for the amount of production that Julius Randle is getting you, right? For the amount of pride that he's going to have with playing here. You don't move on from a guy like that go like Jeremy Grant is a perfect example of a guy that decided I'm going to leave on my own and goes to Detroit and he still puts up the same exact numbers but doesn't go anywhere, right? But if he would have stayed with Denver, he'd be competing for a championship probably right now. You know what I mean? Between him playing the 3-4 and Jokic at the 5, like that guy would be competing for, and Michael Porter Jr. at the 3.
No. That's wrong.
Oh boy,
that's wrong.
Wow. Oh boy,
that's wrong. That actually makes my point because one, Jeremy Grant did not put up anywhere near what he put up this season. Nowhere near what he put up this season. He went from like 13 to like 24.
Listen,
but this is the key thing.
And Michael Porter Jr. is a player, bro. Michael Porter Jr. is a player.
Yes, he is.
Michael Porter Jr. is legit, bro.
Exactly.
Yes, Michael Porter Jr.
But the point is, that Michael Porter Jr. is a player because they allow Michael Porter Jr. to step in and play because Jeremy Grant left. Because if Jeremy Grant was still here, Michael Porter Jr. wouldn't be doing the same things he's doing now for everyone to call him a player.
Wait, what do you mean?
Right.
I don't know what he's trying to say.
Hey, anyways, Freezy.
How you not?
I got a jet.
Yeah, I'm leaving too.
But let me say this. Can I say this to everybody? Shout out to let me do it real quick. Shout out to everybody that's been watching. Shout out to everybody that's gonna watch. You know what I mean? We here, we in the building for you guys, and I just wanted to do that real quick. But you guys, I'm gonna sign off, and I hope Evergreen. I hope y'all have a good night. I'll still be watching.
I'm leaving myself
Kev.
also.
Please leave because we get ready to talk about this. And I'm going to talk about this Michael Porter Jr. thing.
Okay.
You have fun talking about Michael Porter Jr.
You have a good morning. I hope you have a good morning.
All right, everybody.
You and Miss Mocha, y'all do y'all thing or whatever. And shout out to everybody that chime in the chat, man. That rock with us every night, all night. Y'all know what it is, man. I appreciate it. Allah wise, I see you, bro. With the fire. Y'all put that thing in the air, man. Y'all put those orange and blues in the chat, man. I'm about to sign off, but y'all know what it is, man. Y'all put those orange and blues in the chat, man. Shout out to Allah wise.
I may as well get out of here too, man.
You already know what it is.
All right.
Because it's we've been on for like 4.5 hours. These 4.5 hours flew by, bro.
Yeah. We out of here though. We out of here. The real DSJ. Uncle Freezy, can you drop the jump off one time?
Hold on.
Play that Big 15 record, Freezy, if you got it.
Before we sign up, let's go. Drop the jump off one time.
All right, I got you. I got you. Hold on.
Yeah.
I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My family's on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was scarred with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest